Seats, please, ladies and gentlemen. Delta Stewardship Council's call to order. A note first, our ever dutiful electronic staff came up and praised us and the council for being good on our cell phones. Now, what they really meant is they want us to tell us again to turn off our cell phones because it interferes with the broadcasting system and the simulcast, but they were too polite to say that directly. And they also asked me to remind our guests, putting it on mute is fine, but we just keep having interferences on the broadcast, so if you can just close it for the duration, we would appreciate it. Number two, a couple of things. Last night about 7:30 in the evening, we got an email from the Ocean Protection Council, which is the entity created by the governor and continued in the by Governor Schwarzenegger and continued in the Brown administration, and they have been dealing with sea level rise. And on your desk is a document they've just released, and they have essentially 16 state agencies have essentially come together and agreed that that the range of, what is it, Cliff, 24 inches to 55 inches by the year 2100, 40 to 55, so the low has gone up, is there. That's not particularly surprising. In our preliminary draft Delta plan and in our discussions, we had been using the old range of 20 or 22 inches to 55. Yeah, there have been some planning adjustments. There have been some subsequent studies. Cliff took a fast look at that last night. We'll look at the material later, but I thought we'd just give you this information, and it seems to me reasonably clear the state is headed for a standard planning assumption on sea level rise, at least for state agencies, and I suspect they'll recommend that be done by affected local agencies as well. A major piece of news. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Grindstaff promised yesterday afternoon to bring in some maps that we could examine at our leisure, and I think the one over there on the your right-hand side against the wall, a chart. Joe, maybe you just explain what that chart is, please.
This chart is a chart that attempts to identify all of the lands in public ownership owned by land trusts or by conservation organizations in the Delta. Does not have all of the conservation easements on it, and it is being updated for the Delta plan, but this was current as of
June 2010.
June 2010, so
yeah,
10 months ago.
This is a map similar to what we'd seen in Delta Vision, and if memory serves, the estimates there, about 43,000 acres of land in the statutory delta was in some form of public ownership at that time. Please note this map includes the Suisun Marsh, which is not legally part of the statutory delta, but is for our purposes of developing the Delta plan a required ingredient. So, okay. And Mr. Grindstaff will get an updated information for us shortly.
Yeah, it should be a part of the Delta plan. I'm not sure I can promise it by the version that gets released by the end of this next week, but certainly before the Delta plan's adopted.
Okay. For purposes of establishing a quorum, let's do a roll call starting with Mr. Nordhoff.
Nordhoff, present.
Gray, present.
Marcus, present.
Eisenberg, present.
Natoli here.
Okay. Quorum is established. Mr. Grindstaff, you want to kick off today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have today a panel on water resources, and I'm going to turn it over to Mike Hardy, as he has been doing for the last couple of meetings, to lead us through that panel.
Good morning, members of the council.
Mr. Hardy?
I think yesterday's panels were interesting. Maybe the most interesting piece of information is that Felicia Marcus can now get a good cup of coffee in West Sacramento, but the mayor didn't tell everyone where that is, so he left everyone in suspense. Today's two panels will be addressing the topic of water supply reliability. I have the first panel here. There are four panelists, and again we'll conduct this panel as you did the others. Each panelist will introduce himself, and then we'll have each panelist read their or provide their opening comments, Each panelist has up to 5 minutes to do that, and after that we'll have the same type of open discussion with the members of the panel that you've been engaged in. And then there will be a second panel also addressing water supply reliability issues this morning. So those are the two panels. It's all water this morning.
Okay. So let's get before you start your statements, let's get the introductions of each of you first, if you would do that briefly. Mr. Woodling.
John Woodling, Regional Water Authority and Sacramento Groundwater Authority.
Mm-hmm.
Doug Wallace with the East Bay Municipal Utility District.
And I think we've just gotten a handout from
we did. I
you,
came
Mr.
in a little
Wallace.
late and wanted to make sure you got
Okay. Thank you.
Greg Gartrell, Contra Costa Water District.
Peter Glick, Pacific Institute.
Dr. Glick.
Shivaji Deshmukh, West Basin Municipal Water District.
Okay. You're here to talk to us about Miss Gray and what she does at the meetings and all of that kind of stuff?
Yes,
Does she misbehave at any time?
many times.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Let me remind all the panelists, or if you haven't been here before, it's important to turn the light on for your microphone and also speak.
You can't see over looking at. There's this little red ring around the mic. That means it's on. There's an on-off button at the base of the shaft that you can see. So if it's red, believe it or not, we hope it's on. If you have a problem with a mic, if you'd share, and then the crew will come around and try to repair yours if it's not working. So how do you want to start,
I thought
Mr.
Mr. Woodling would kick it off. He seems to be in
Okay.
a good humor this morning.
Ms. Woodling.
That's don't know how to respond to that. I usually get to go last in alphabetical order, but as I said, I'm Executive Director of the Regional Water Authority and the Sacramento Groundwater Authority. And
Get right into the mic because it's the simulcast that needs to hear you. And
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
The RWA comprises 20 water suppliers in the greater Sacramento region, 4 counties surrounding Sacramento. The SGA is the groundwater basin manager for the area of northern Sacramento County. And while I don't presume to speak for the Department of Water Resources, my comments certainly reflect 9 years that I spent at DWR, eventually ending up, before I left, as division chief of the division that really covered these topics: regional planning, groundwater, and a lot of the data reporting. I want to start by pointing out that I'm one of the many people who signed a coalition letter that believes the Delta Plan development is somewhat off track. I think the geographic breadth and the regulatory depth are maybe exceeding the statutory authority, and more importantly, could be counterproductive to getting the kind of involvement that you need to really solve the Delta problems. The plan needs to become more focused on the Delta and on specific actions that can be taken to achieve specific outcomes in the Delta. And I think each policy and recommendation needs to clearly articulate how it relates to covered actions, how it relates to those specific outcomes. I don't see that now. I think the heavy-handed regulatory approach will lead local agencies and regional agencies to back away from involvement in the Delta if they have any choice, and to stay away from being a part of covered actions. And I think water transfers is a good example of that. And that's not what the Delta needs now. We need collaboration. We need a statewide solution with agencies throughout the state involved. So within that context, I have comments on the 3 specific topic areas today, and I want to make productive comments there. I'll make some brief comments on the 3 topics and then save more for the discussion. The first topic is really regional self-sufficiency. And as one of the only large urban regions that is self-sufficient, using only our local streams and groundwater basins, we strongly support that. We have, as I said, local resources. We have agreements in place and management structures in place to use those resources sustainably. We signed the Water Forum Agreement in 2000, which had what we called co-equal objectives of water supply to the year 2030 for our growth, and protection of the environment of the Lower American River. So very analogous to the co-equal goals that you're working on now. I think the proposal for a new plan, like an integrated regional water management plan, overlaps with a lot of what's being done now. Agencies already submit urban water management plans. Those are not being used to the extent they could by DWR to really evaluate the state's water resources. Many regions are involved in integrated regional water management planning on a voluntary basis. So I think there's a lot that can be gained from what's going on now without some new regulatory requirement. On the question of state board regulation of groundwater, I would recommend that you run from that as fast as you can. That's being debated in a number of other venues. There are valid opinions on both sides of the question, and I don't think the draft Delta plan adds anything to that debate. I don't think it clearly discusses why state board regulation of groundwater is necessary to your charge in the Delta. I would say I don't see in the statute where the Delta Council is charged with groundwater management. I don't see the word groundwater in SB 1 anywhere. If the Council believes that groundwater management is part of their charge, I would recommend to you taking a look at Aqua's document, looking at the recommendations there, which I think are achievable in the short and long term, and considering that for inclusion in the Delta plan. And then finally, the last topic really revolves around reporting. And I think clearly at the local, regional, state, federal level, we need to use our data better to manage water resources. That being said, I think maybe the first key task is better coordinate state and federal agencies in evaluating and using the data that we submit now.
How do you coordinate?
That's fortunately not my job anymore.
Well, I understand that, but you have experience on the state level, Department of Water Resources, and everyone calls for coordination. I'd just like to know, how do you successfully achieve it?
Well, a good example, you make the reference to the water pie. And the water pie is, right now, just a good idea. It doesn't exist in practice. So the mandate to coordinate with the water pie is kind of a challenge for local agencies since nothing exists. The water pie, you go to the water pie website, it's a list of about 83 sources of data. Well, the water pie, if it were funded and if it were staffed, could start to do that, to bring data together.
The state obligation should be to fund voluntary coordination.
I think that's a start, is to fund the level of coordination at the state level to start to take advantage of some of the data that local agencies are already producing and sending to the state.
Isn't that the duty of the Department of Water Resources now?
It's the duty of the Department of Water Resources. It's the duty of the State Water Resources Control Board. It's the duty of those 20 or 30 state agencies on that water pie list that get state funding to manage data. And in many cases,
you saw the state water plan update appendix with the two reports, one from DWR staff and the second from independent academic consultants on data gaps, lack of information. One was relatively polite and the other from the academics was a little more forcefully stated. A lot of people don't want to provide information, or if they do, they want to be fully paid for the provision of it. How can you develop a rational system for anything without information?
I think we have a lot of information and we're not using it effectively now. And an attachment to my comments is just the list in about 20 minutes off the top of my head of data sources provided by local agencies, data sources that the state collects, and the data is in silos. The data in a lot of cases isn't used. We talk a lot about groundwater for probably 40 years. I'm not sure when the law passed. There's been required groundwater extraction reporting for Southern California counties to the state board. Mm-hmm. As far as anyone's ever been able to tell me, that sits in boxes somewhere at the State Water Resources Control Board. So we're requiring things of local agencies that are not being used for a purpose at the state. Urban water management plans, another good example. They're required to be submitted. What DWR does with them is checks them for completeness. It doesn't evaluate them. It doesn't roll them up and evaluate our water reliability on a statewide basis.
Well, we do have a state water reliability report. We've got 4 of them over the last 6 years.
We have a state
They show
water
the state water project
project reliability
is roughly
report.
65% reliable, and the reliability is going down. That's as best I read the conclusion.
That's the state water project.
Yeah, right.
Which is one piece of the water supply for
Right.
some agencies. What we don't have is a comprehensive evaluation of those urban water management plans to see where we are going forward as a state.
But you don't want regulations that are statewide or regional mandated on locals, if I understand your testimony correctly.
No, I think we want the state to take full advantage of the data that we're submitting now and the reports that we're submitting now before we add more data requirements onto the list.
Okay. All right.
And I'll conclude there. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Wallace.
Good morning. Doug Wallace. I'm the Environmental Affairs Officer for East Bay Mud. Been following the Delta processes for quite a few years through CalFed and the Delta Vision, and now with this Delta plan. I'd like to introduce or start off by saying that East Bay Mud is a Delta stakeholder. We divert from the McCulleney River upstream from the Delta. We are very much a Delta stakeholder. We rely on the McCulleney River for about 95% of our supply, supplemented by local runoff, but obviously a very small part. We serve 1.3 million people in 2 counties, Alameda and Contra Costa counties, and we have recently adopted a water supply management plan that looks forward to 2040. We actually had one of the very first integrated resources plans in the early 90s, where we identified water use efficiency through conservation and recycling actually as a source of supply, in addition to drought rationing. With this update to the water supply management plan, we have accelerated our efforts toward water conservation and recycling. By 2040, we are committed to saving 39 million gallons a day for water conservation, and more than doubling our recycling capacity to 20 million gallons a day. In addition, we've maintained the drought rationing as a drought year supply, requiring on average 15% rationing of our customer base. So, and I think this is a bit of a standout in terms of the requiring rationing. I don't think we'll see that among many other water agencies. In addition, we have the Freeport project, which you're all well aware of. Back in the early 70s, that started with a 150,000 acre-foot per year contract, and I would say that maybe in anticipation almost of the need to reduce reliance on the Delta, our future use of that contract will average no more than about 22,000 acre-feet a year. So we are highly focused on this effort to the balancing of the co-equal goals. I'd say we also anticipated that without calling it that. In our FERC licensing process in the 1990s, we worked with the state and federal fish agencies to establish a flow regime on the McCulleney River. They really, again, provided that balancing effort so that we have again, it's now 12 years old, but pretty much unprecedented in its time, a flow regime that protected a cold water pool in the upstream dams to preserve the salmon fishery, coupled with major investments in the hatchery and in the riparian habitat, and then also providing sufficient fish flows through the year. I could add a couple comments with regard to the proposals before the council. Regarding the surface groundwater regulation, I would just simply echo what John Woodling has said. East Bay Mud worked with Aqua to develop that framework on groundwater, and we think that's the best place to start. And in addition, regarding the requirement for additional reporting, we would suggest, as it's given to you, and actually in a text that I distributed to you, more of a reliance on the integrated regional water management plans as a basis for providing that information, rather than adding another overlay of reporting requirements, where agencies have made the effort to participate in this high priority activity on the part of the state. Obviously, this started some years ago, and I think that ought to be reinforced. The IRWMPs are a good vehicle to step aboard without creating another regulatory vehicle.
Phil, on that point, Doug, your suggested language says on regional water self-sufficiency, this requirement may be satisfied. So these are your suggested words. by integrated regional water management plan or an alternative plan or source of information that provides comparable information.
Right. So, I mean, where an agency is already involved in IRWP, that should be used.
Well, so for East Bay Mud, which is it?
We are involved in 3 different IRWMPs. So in our case, that would certainly be what we recommend be the focus. We don't. I think we included that other clause simply not to speak too broadly for other agencies. I mean, there are probably situations where an agency can deliver that same information, but is not part of an IRWMP. I think we were just using that to just be a bit more expansive. But in our case, we're investing a lot of time and effort in the Bay Area IRWMP.
So for East Bay Mud, you wouldn't need that phrase, an alternative plan or source of information.
No.
Thanks.
Again, it's just a desire not to speak for other people.
Well, yeah, okay.
Right. I mean, we don't assume that just what works for us is necessarily ought to be imposed. Although we like to think we set the standard in many ways.
Is this language that others have also adopted? I don't know.
No, this is generated in the last few days in response to the
by
second.
East Bay Mud.
That's correct. That's correct.
So it would raise the question as to, is it in the eye of the beholder what the alternative plan that provides comparable information? I mean, who decides that it's comparable?
I think that really needs to be worked out. That could be part of the discussion. I think this language is intended to simply further the dialogue on this issue rather than arrive at a firm conclusion on. And this was not drafted by attorneys.
Is the first part of your draft language in the statement that says covered actions involving, quote, the transport of water supplies within the Delta, unquote, inclusive enough to include people like East Bay Mud who do it in pipes, or not?
That if we don't need any more permits, I believe, for operation of the aqueduct.
I guess the policy question is this: does East Bay Mud believe that anything you do or could do with water that you take upstream from the Delta that currently or historically flowed through might conceivably have an impact on the Delta itself?
Oh, we would be the first to agree that upstream diversions have an impact on the Delta. And that's
so are you agreeing then that diverters should be included within the gambit of a plan that is focused, as one of its co-equal goals, on protecting and improving the Delta?
I would share the reservation about extending the activities of the council beyond the express exceptions noted in statute for certain ecosystem projects.
May I summarize your statement as concluding that although you concede upstream use of water may have something to do with deteriorating ecosystem conditions, you do not wish to be held responsible for dealing with any of the consequences?
Absolutely not, because simply that there are, as you've seen from other quarters, there are plenty of regulatory mechanisms in place already with the State Board and the flow studies that they are charged with doing. There are plenty of ways that upstream diversions are being regulated. So I in no way
No, I
agree
understand.
with your
EBMUD would be an enthusiastic supporter of telling Mr. Woodling's clients to clean up the Saccharin Regional Treatment Plant.
Actually,
the question is for all of you upstream, whether you feel you owe an obligation to the Delta and the water quality in the Delta and the ecosystem, as the law requires, as I read it. And if you don't, that's fine.
Speaking for East Bay Mud, we recognize that obligation, and that's why
you'd rather just not have it very enforceable.
We don't think that the Delta Stewardship Council is necessarily adds value when there are already regulatory mechanisms in place upstream. As you can see, we did not go after Sac Regional on their permit, but you can see that they are being regulated. That's beyond question.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Without wading into this particular thing, I demand that you give Mr. Wallace positive reinforcement for actually giving you language. Since you gave everybody a hard time yesterday.
It is, in fact, terrific. A lot of the people have decided that providing alternative language would be sucked into a policy debate, which is undesirable, so they simply do general statements.
I am duly stroked. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it is always our intention to be constructive, recognizing the huge challenges you have before you. So with all due respect on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, not to be deflationary, Mr. Wallace, but it would be very, very useful if you could pass out your handouts in advance of the meeting. this way we're kind of doing it on the fly. We would have been better prepared had we seen these a couple days before.
I apologize. I did come in a bit late this morning, but we did, in fact, send this language in advance 2 days ago to the facilitators.
Terrific.
And this was, so the language, the proposed alternative language was before you. It was available to you, or should have been.
Good. I will withdraw my mitigating comments. Well done. I wish others would follow that. Was it just the new language, or was it the previous 2 pages as well, your comments?
I hadn't prepared the introductory comments in writing, because you can see I can go on about that without much help.
Okay, so we'll call this a draw, but thank you very much.
I'll go drawing with you anywhere.
Okay, Mr. Gartrell.
Good morning.
Contra Costa Water District.
Yeah. Good morning. Greg Gartrell, Contra Costa Water District. First, I'd like to reiterate from our letter, I think around April 1st, on these drafts, that we were a bit concerned on the policy with respect to regional self-sufficiency of yet another report. We already do one for the Urban Water Management Plan. We do one because we're CVP water contractors. I think it would be more efficient if you have additional topics to be included in the Urban Water Management Plan. You work through that process. Urban area is already doing 2. In our case, we do our own future water supply study. We don't need to do a 3rd one. We don't object to adding information to ones if you believe there's insufficient information on that. The one thing that we did notice, though, with respect to the policy, that there seems to be a fundamental either not recognition or misunderstanding of the difference between being someone in the basin, someone out of the basin, and exporter. For example, on stormwater and wastewater discharges, stormwater, you have the policy, well, go collect all the stormwater you can and put it in the ground, or stormwater in basin becomes part of the river flow. Wastewater as well. Now, there may be properly treated wastewater, of course, is a subject of discussion, and the level that it needs to be discussed, or level it needs, is a valid point to discuss. But it does go back into the river. I can give some examples. Within our area, we have 5 wastewater plants. One discharges into Marsh Creek. It's largely the flow for Marsh Creek, and it's tributary to the Delta. Another discharges or uses its water entirely on ag land within the Delta, and as they expand, they're going to be discharging into the Delta. A third one discharges entirely into a wetland that goes into, if it's not consumed entirely in the wetland, goes into Suisun Bay. The others discharge either into the Delta or just downstream in Suisun Bay. It all becomes part of the Delta pool. We have found for our area far more cost-effective and far more productive for water use efficiency than recycling water just for the sake of recycling, because it doesn't add anything to the supply, is conservation, and particular conservation of consumed water. When you conserve consumed water, then you're actually adding to the supply. And we have found, for example, just to give an example how cost-effective that can be with respect to an industrial customer we're working with, saving a mere 300 acre-feet isn't a huge amount. Saves them an enormous amount of energy, and about 5,000, because of that energy reduction, about 5,000 metric tons of greenhouse gases a year. Now, that's their use of greenhouse gases, but to compare with our water district, our greenhouse gas footprint is about 15,000. So that constitutes about a third of ours. So with conservation, you get a 3-for there. You reduce energy use, you reduce greenhouse gases, and you reduce water use. But we did like the use of the term within the policy of optimization, because rather than saying, go do all these things, some of which would be expensive and doing them to no real effect, optimizing is a little broader and is, I think, the correct terminology. The other thing within the needs to be recognized, I think, within the regional self-sufficiency is the importance of local storage. The very first item, how are you going to get through a long period with no water supply? I don't know how you do that without local storage. So emphasizing local storage again, along the mantra we've heard this before, that you're not going to get anywhere in this in meeting the co-equal goals unless you get storage, I think is very important. With respect to Policy 3 on the reporting, we're all for it. We think that both those who take water out of the Delta or out of the watershed should be reporting. We report every day. We send in reports both to the CVP and SWP so that help them operate their systems, and we report regularly to the State Board. That information can be gotten online. It should be everybody doing that. Diversions are not the only thing, though. You could find out in some instances you don't have any water in the river if you just add up the diversions. You need to take care of the discharges too. And in our view, it should be not just the quantities but the quality of the discharge water going back. It does get complicated when you do that. For example, one of our wastewater agencies collects water that is delivered both from our agency and from East Bay Mud. It's delivered back to the Delta. So if you're doing an accounting of where it came from, you have to pay attention a little bit to that. And there is no real good way to decide, whether the water coming into the wastewater agency came from a house in East Bay Mud's territory or ours. It's not metered that way. But you can get some approximations on that. That concludes the remarks we had on those two policies.
Mr. Gartrell, you and the district have commented a number of times on various stages in our work, and I'm trying to remember, it was sometime last year you took on the issue of the statutory language on decreased reliance and how to achieve, and I frankly don't remember the details, but reflecting on it, and with this notion of regional self-sufficiency, if the second staff draft has any conceptual framework, it's the notion that in order to achieve the statutory mandate of a decreased reliance on the Delta for future water supplies, it requires a fairly energetic effort by everyone who either benefits from Delta water or impacts Delta water. What's the best way to approach that, and how do you know if we're succeeding or not?
Well, I think reporting and measuring is certainly the best way. I mean, you have to have objectives, and the objectives are meaningless if they aren't specific, if you can't measure them, you don't have a time frame on them. You need to be able to measure. You get what you measure, basically. So you have to be careful about what you measure. Make sure you're measuring the right things. If you're looking, for example, in basin, if you're just measuring what comes out and not what goes back, you're going to lose. You're not going to get it right. In our instance, we're the only agency a municipal agency, totally dependent on the Delta of any size. But yet we have recognized the need to reduce reliance on that. We've gone from, in 1990, 140,000 acre-feet a year with a population of about 300,000 to today with 500,000 people and using about 100,000 acre-feet. We have more recycled water use within we don't do it ourselves, we're not a wastewater agency, recycled water use within our agency per capita than any other Bay Area agency. But we still find, even with that, what we look for in recycled water is for new development, trying to find ways to do that. We're doing that with Concord Naval Weapons Station, for example, to put to be a kind of model for the nation of the most water-efficient area, new development in the country.
You don't answer it here, but think about it and then shoot us an email. Is measuring or comparing performance based on per capita taking advantage of recycled water arguably, in your view, an arguably acceptable way of analyzing performance? The problem is it's easy to state go do good, but how do you know, how do we deal with, we're supposed to do performance measures.
Yeah.
Give me 2 or 3 performance measures that are clear and measurable. Yeah. Think about that if you would.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, per capita has its own issues at times.
That's right. That's right.
I can give our example. We on paper we look like we have a huge per capita gallons per day, but a third of our water use is industrial. And we're providing the industry for a large population outside of our area. We have 2 refineries. They don't just supply our area; they supply the whole Bay Area in Northern California. Mm-hmm. So and there's a couple of steel mills. That steel isn't just used in our area. That's statewide. Well, if you look at on a per capita basis, that's a lot of water that goes into those products. but nonetheless, there are measures that can be developed for, without exception for others. Let me think about that.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Glick.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
I'm Peter Glick from the Pacific Institute. It's nice to see many of you again who I know. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a scientist by training with background in hydrology and climatology. The Institute is an independent research and policy group. We're funded by foundations and research contracts at the state, local, national, international level. Our funders are listed on our website. We've worked for a long time on a wide range of California water issues, especially with a focus on water use efficiency, but we've also worked extensively on desalination questions, on water quality in the Central Valley. We did the state report on the impacts of sea level rise on the coast of California a couple of years ago, apropos of your comments at the beginning about sea level rise scenarios. We're doing work on farm water success stories. I appreciate the opportunity to come and present to you today. I've been actually delighted to see the work of the Council proceed, especially given what appears to be the willingness of the Council to evaluate a whole series of very difficult issues that are often not discussed in California water policy, related to groundwater, related to the importance of comprehensive data collection and monitoring and reporting, the issues of financing, and more. It's been quite interesting to read your progression in this area. My comments today are going to focus on the issue of agricultural water use efficiency as one piece of this puzzle, but a piece that I actually think has been under-discussed here. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to come and present on the work we've done in this area as a piece of the broader puzzle. And I'm going to make 5 key points. I have much more detailed written comments which were submitted a couple of days ago, which you have. First, there's very broad agreement that there's no single strategy in the area of water storage or efficiency or pricing or policy that's going to be sufficient to the goals of sustaining the Delta and California's water reliability system. And the proposed policy in the second draft, which identifies a whole set of mandatory key elements, includes water use efficiency. I support that with the understanding that water use efficiency has to include both urban and agricultural efficiency with explicit targets. Second, the potential for improvements in water use efficiency, especially in the agricultural area, appears to us to be consistently underrepresented and misrepresented in a lot of the discussions about ag efficiency. Best available science in this area, which includes peer-reviewed assessments, general reports, expert opinion, all indicate that the potential is substantial, and in fact that the state's most significant conservation and efficiency potential is in the agricultural area. Arguments that agricultural efficiency and productivity improvements are unimportant or already achieved or too costly or not worth addressing or insubstantial are, I think, very easily shown to be false. And part of the problem is misunderstandings about definitions of agricultural efficiency and misrepresentations sometimes about the potential for efficiency. And my written testimony offers explicit examples of some of the incorrect definitions used, the incorrect arguments used, and some misunderstandings. And I actually hand wrote 4 pictures this morning, and your technical wizards in the back have them available. We can show them later if there's time to do that I think would help clarify some of that, but I'm not going to do it now. Third, research by the Institute, research in the field, at other organizations, research centers around the world, along with clear historical experience in California, shows that the potential for improving agricultural water use efficiency in California is substantial. We put out a report a year or 2 ago that conservatively estimated 4 to 6 million acre feet, about 10 to 15% of agricultural water use could be reduced without affecting agricultural productivity, which is a key point, at relatively low cost. And that water, that 4 to 6 million acre feet, is in different forms and it's in different places, and we can come back to what I mean by that. But I'd also note that that estimate is very similar, in fact less than, the estimate produced in 2006 by the CalFed Water Use Efficiency Comprehensive Evaluation. So it's not unusual. I'd also note that it's very similar in magnitude to the kinds of savings we've seen in Australia during the very severe drought in recent years, in Israel, in Jordan, and other places that have similar constraints. Fourth, the failure to adequately analyze and include ag efficiency as a central element of Delta strategy potentially leads to the wrong kinds of policies, to costly and inappropriate choices. It leads to a reliance on fallowing as a way to save ag water, which is not something we support or have ever supported, but is clearly a way to save water in agriculture. It may lead to designing and building infrastructure of the wrong size or with the wrong operating rules. And so I repeat, the failure to include efficiency, both urban and ag, to the full extent appropriate, to the full extent cost effective, can lead to the wrong choices on other things. Finally, in summary, I just come back to my argument that efficiency is one of the cheapest, fastest, most environmentally sound options that we face. But I and the Institute have long argued that it's only one of a series of things that we have to do. We've never argued that efficiency is the only thing we have to do. It's got to be an integrated piece of a comprehensive plan. And let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to circle around to detailed questions after you make your opening statements, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here. Before I begin, Richard Nagel, our general manager, sends his apologies for not being able to attend today. Unfortunately, a family emergency arose, so he couldn't make it. Once again, my name is Shivaji Deshmukh. I'm the Assistant General Manager of the West Basin Municipal Water District. Prior to my tenure as the Assistant General Manager, I was at the Orange County Water District just down the freeway, responsible for the implementation of the groundwater replenishment system, which is a large recycling project that went operational about 3 years ago. So I've had the unique experience, very fortunate experience, to be involved in the operation of over 100,000 acre-feet a year of local new supply of water, all from wastewater. So that is what I'm here to talk about today, is the development of these local supplies from not the most conventional sources. A little bit about West Basin. We're a special district covering the area of coastal Los Angeles County. We are a metropolitan water district of Southern California, or MET member agency, and we're providing wholesale water to over 1 million residents in southern Los Angeles. West Basin definitely prides itself on its development of local supplies, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about that today. Before I describe what our approach is in terms of water management, I do want to say that West Basin does support the concept of co-equal goals in terms of water supply reliability and ecosystem restoration in terms of managing the Delta. We relate to this because this is how we manage our projects in Southern California. Everything that we do when it comes to promoting conservation, water recycling, or even looking to the future and evaluating ocean water desalination, we look to balance environmental needs and water reliability. We're doing our part in developing local supplies with the implementation of a program we call Water Reliability 2020. Our goal is to reduce our dependence on imported water by 2020, taking it from 66% dependence on imported water down to 33% in the next 10 years. And we're going to do this by doubling conservation, doubling water recycling, and evaluating a small but needed part coming from ocean water desalination. We definitely support the concept of diversifying our water supply portfolio. We are well known for our water recycling facility. We buy a significant amount of water from our partner, the City of Los Angeles. We take treated sewer water that's normally discharged to the ocean, and we turn it into over 30,000 acre-feet of recycled water. We have 5 different types of recycled water, ranging from the quality that's good enough to water a lawn with, up to double pass reverse osmosis water, which is actually too pure to drink, and we serve that to our refineries for their high-pressure boiler feeds. Recycled water is just one area where we dedicate a lot of our resources to promoting conservation, as well as multi-stakeholder processes to make sure that we're doing the right thing in our region. We've been instrumental in establishing and participating in one of the largest integrated regional water management plans in the state, the Greater LA Region IRWMP. With proven success, we feel this is a great model for multi-stakeholder cooperation. New local water supplies will definitely require continued investment. Speaking as my current position and also at my previous employer, these projects could not have been built without outside investment from the state and federal government. We have been able to invest in the capital. We've been able to deliver a local resource that has actually reduced the cost for our customers. Finally, in light of future growth, climate change, environmental restoration, state agencies should continue to promote and streamline policies and regulations that support the development of local supplies, including recycled water and ocean water desalination. We feel we're very progressive on the front of local supplies, that we're actually working very closely with the water reuse community in looking at the concept of direct potable reuse, evaluating a path forward to see what are the hurdles that we need to get over so that we can evaluate that as a potential resource. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions during our discussion. Thank you.
Okay, members, who's got questions? Pat? Randy? Oh, okay. Okay, Randy.
Well, okay, I'll address the ag water efficiency first, but I want to get back to the integrated regional water management approach that the 4 experts that have to deal with managing water on a daily basis have all advised us as a good approach. Dr. Glick, in regards to ag water use efficiency, let's break it down. Permanent crops, orchards and vineyards. How is California agriculture doing in terms of water use efficiency in those crops?
Well, there are lots of ways to answer that. Much better than we used to be, not as well as we could be. So there have been more and more permanent crops in California over time. More and more of them are on precision sprinklers or good drip systems. And that's led to both a reduction in demand for water per unit crop produced. It's led to a reduction in demand for water overall. It's led to improvements in yield. It's led to improvements in quality. But there are still substantial acreage, probably 20% of orchards and fruit and nut orchards, for example, and vineyards that could be on more efficient irrigation technologies that are not. So great advances in the past and untapped potential remaining.
Okay. Well, my experience with permanent crops is that growers such as myself have found that implementing modern technology with irrigation scheduling software and climate monitoring, along with the use of micro sprinklers and drip, produce bigger crops. I come from an area where water is not that expensive, and yet every acre I farm is under drip or micro sprinkler irrigation. It's my experience throughout the industry that that's the case, and that there's not really a whole lot left unless you're talking about 5-10 acre hobby farmers that still use permanent set sprinklers or maybe do some flood irrigation around their houses. I think in terms of permanent crops, the ability to stretch more efficiency is limited, and it's largely been driven because of increases in production. How about row crops? How are we doing on row crops?
Well, let me go back for 1 second. I agree there's been enormous progress in permanent crops. Permanent crops are, of course, only part of California's cropping system.
Well, we're going to go through them. We're going to go through all the crops.
But I would disagree that there is no additional potential even in permanent crops.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so then we agree there's some potential, and maybe the question is how much.
I agree.
Let me make another important point that you raise. There's a distinction between saving water and increasing productivity, and there's a confusion here. Sometimes some argue that there's no water to be saved because farmers that become more efficient put that water immediately to productive use and yields go up, they irrigate land they couldn't irrigate, and that increases crop production, but it doesn't produce new water. That's completely true, but that's a policy question. If the goal is to produce water, to leave water in the delta longer, then the question becomes, do you want to maintain agricultural productivity and free up water, or do you want to maximize agricultural productivity? And that's a tough question. That's a difficult question. It affects there are water rights issues associated with that, but that's not to say that there's no efficiency potential.
Okay. You agree that agriculture is a business?
Sure.
And you agree that water is one input in the productivity of agricultural enterprises?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to row crops. How are we doing in California on row crops?
My answer would be similar, better than we were 10 or 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm. You used tomatoes as an example.
And not as good as we're doing now,
okay,
as we could do in the future.
In your report, you used tomatoes as an example. Are you aware of any tomatoes that are grown that aren't on drip tape?
I'm not aware of any. Are you arguing they are all on drip tape?
I'm arguing that most are. There's probably a few that aren't, but most are.
Okay.
There is a general disagreement with your premise that there is huge amounts of water to be saved that can be reapplied someplace else. The irrigation institutes at Cal Poly and Fresno State, for example, regularly disagree with the numbers you put out. Now, I want to go to field crops and irrigated pasture. How about those? How are we doing on those?
I would say the same that I answered for the first two, except that we still have extensive field crops that are flood irrigated. And there are potential savings even remaining in flood irrigation. We could do things differently with scheduling, with monitoring groundwater moisture, I stick with my answer that better than we were and not as good as we ought to be.
Okay, I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
All right. So in fact,
this is actually a remarkable thing, if I could say this right now. We've moved from there's not much potential, it's insignificant, we shouldn't pay attention to it.
You've never heard
I hear it all the time, not from you perhaps, to there is potential. Let's figure out how much there is, where it is, what it costs, how to capture it. That's the debate I completely agree we ought to be having, and that's the argument I've been making.
All right. Well, let's assume for the moment that most of the row crops, most of the permanent crops in California have converted to the most efficient application methods possible, not because of water pricing, but because of productivity. And let's assume for the moment that most of the field crops are still being flood irrigated, and to adequately supply the corn or oats or feed crops, you have to over-irrigate. You have to over-irrigate with the current system of flood irrigation that we have. Do you support groundwater recharge?
Absolutely.
Do you support conjunctive use?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's take any city in the San Joaquin Valley. What is their primary source of water?
It varies from surface water supplies to groundwater use.
I'm only aware of Modesto and Fresno as cities that are dependent upon or utilize surface water. Most all of the San Joaquin Valley cities depend on groundwater. What's the average rainfall in the San Joaquin Valley? 8 to 11 inches a year? How much water does the urban areas in the San Joaquin Valley draw out of that? Probably about 3 to 4 acre feet. So the cities are overdrafting the groundwater basin by about 2/3, anywhere from 2 to 3 times the amount of natural rainfall that occurs. Now, in those same areas, there are field crops being grown that are being over-irrigated.
Randy, you're looking for an argument that I'm not making.
Well,
I have never argued that agricultural efficiency improvements should come at the expense of groundwater recharge that we use for other purposes. Okay. I've never made that argument, and I won't let you accuse me of making that argument.
I'm not accusing you of anything. Pat asked what I think about water use efficiency, and I'm telling you that there are areas in agriculture that are very efficient,
which I've never disputed.
And we agree that there are uses of ag water that are over-applying the amount of water that the crop needs. What I'm here to tell you is that from a regional self-sustainability approach, most of the areas that I'm familiar with that have groundwater-dependent urban populations are supplementing that groundwater from the use of agricultural use. And
would you argue that we could remove all the drip irrigation that we've put in, go back to flood irrigation, and it wouldn't affect water availability for other users?
I would never. That's a step backwards that it would be ridiculous to consider.
Okay, so the additional areas that are in flood irrigation that could be in drip, that could reduce unproductive evaporative losses, that are never recovered by anyone, should still be recovered.
This is at the very heart, and you pose a question that begs the next question. What are those urban centers, what are those communities going to do that are dependent upon groundwater?
I'm not arguing that their groundwater ought to be recovered and used by someone else. Okay. I'm arguing that unproductive evaporation, for example, which is quite substantial in California and not fully recovered, is a target for important aggressive agricultural efficiency improvements, as just one example.
Well, I'm telling you that in regions that develop integrated regional water management plans and have groundwater issues, that agricultural irrigation is a very, very important part of that. We all talk about the need for more groundwater storage. What you're
looking for an argument I'm not making.
Well, I'm proposing to you that there is value in agricultural water use that supplements and supports an urban population in the San Joaquin Valley.
I fully support that.
All right.
That's good. But do you agree that there is additional effort to be made on agricultural efficiency?
I'm making efforts every day.
Okay.
And we are considering new technology every day. And I believe that most farmers are just like me. They are trying to maximize the use of every input, be it water, be it herbicides, be it labor, be it whatever the cost input is. We're looking for ways to conserve and to improve production. And that's the part that's lost in this water use efficiency debate.
Well, I think Felicia wants to get in here, but it sounds to me as the facilitator that there is at least some violent disagreement in the room on a number of these things. But the point that is out there is if over irrigation or excessive irrigation actually benefits urban users because it ends up in the groundwater, what do you do with that? And how do you address this issue? Is that what you're framing?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that as we move towards a regional sustainability approach to managing water in California, that we don't eliminate or we don't fail to consider the ag use component to that mix.
Felicia, then Hank.
My suggestion would just be, this was really interesting, and I'm looking forward to using this tape in future training exercises, because you two have been arguing with an idea of what the other one thinks, and even interrupting people as you do. I see the potential for violent agreement in this.
Violent agreement?
Violent agreement. I'm just using it, which is, I would want to lock you two guys in a room, and you would have to listen to what he knows in great detail specifically, like where and what, and then you could say,
and he'd
well,
have
what
to
about
listen
this?
to Randy?
And you guys will listen. And I think what you'd come up with was, where are the places where we really could find agricultural water use efficiency that doesn't insult the efficiency of farmers who are trying to do it every day, which is not at all Peter's intent, but I know what you've heard from other people. And then I mean, that's the space we need to be in, is not at those outside fringes, because you both posited each other's arguments in the extreme. I remember this from old boyfriends' arguments, that it was sort of an interesting thing where you
Could we go through some of those arguments?
Sure. They're no longer around, as we know. But I mean, the issue of it sort of talking about making a mountain out of a molehill, where you would say this, I did not kill your mother. It's sort of, you both just did that in like the funniest way. It was like evocative. So I think the potential is not to resolve it here, but I suggest, in what I'm hearing from you two, exactly where the potential is for progress. So,
well, I must say I'm attracted with the notion of locking the two of them in a room. That appeals to my sense of with whatever supplements we could provide. Hank.
Not wishing to engage in an argument with either Peter or Randy, because I think I'm outgunned by both individually, but trying to get some information. We've talked about some of this. The amount of water that is used in gross irrigation, how much of that is returned to the ground, to the water table?
Okay, so this raises the very important question of how badly we monitor and measure water flows.
We don't know?
We do not know.
What would your estimate be?
I can't even begin to give you an estimate, because as Randy very correctly states, there are complicated mixtures of return flows, of evaporative losses. It varies from region to region. We don't measure groundwater withdrawals and use accurately, and that's a fundamental component of the ag efficiency debate and much of the rest of the debate. It gets back to the broad question of collecting data on this.
It was well said, but not very useful. I mean, quite honestly.
I wish it could be more useful.
Let me just tell you what we've heard. We've heard 80%. and we've heard less than 50%. In that range of 40 to 80, where would you put yourself?
In terms
overall,
of measure, and
in
what's
terms of the percentage of irrigation that is returned to the water table.
I'm not
You're not
even,
playing that
I'm
game
not
at all?
playing that game because the fact that you've had various other experts say 80% and 50% is a good indication of the problems we have with the data. And it varies enormously from region to region. In some places it's important, as Randy notes.
Well,
and
it
in some
would,
places
it would
it's
be
less
important to know. I mean, we've set up this scenario that there are a couple cities that depend on groundwater. And if the irrigation of nearby fields is changed from gross irrigation to specific, how much water does that city have to recover? And can they recover all of that through recycling and conservation? And that's really the question we're left with.
It is, and I agree with Randy's point that, first of all, you don't want to do anything that affects those supplies, but we don't fully understand the net flows in any direction.
Well,
there.
until we do, we really can't give those cities much advice and how they're going to capture the water that they've lost, whatever that percentage is.
That I don't agree with. There are important things to do in both urban and agricultural efficiency. And with ag efficiency, for example, one option is collecting return flows and putting them to different use. But another option is collecting unproductive evaporation, water that isn't recollected, isn't available for reuse by anyone.
And if we knew how much that was, we would be in better shape to advise the cities.
Well, and in fact, there are estimates in our report, which is listed in my bibliography. There are some estimates for unproductive evaporative losses from different kinds of crops in different kinds of climates. That's not an unknown science.
Pat, next.
Thanks, Peter.
Sibaji, I was able, through Gloria's efforts, to visit and learn what West Basin is doing, and it was very impressive.
Thank you.
The set of strategies, and you indicated a 10-year goal for reduction of imported water. So how does West Basin, or more largely the Met family, look at self-sufficiency?
I think, speaking on behalf of West Basin, we definitely support this concept of a diversified water portfolio. We can't. It would be naive of us to think that we could get completely off imported supplies. We need a certain amount from Metropolitan, who we're a member agency of. Our goal is to increase our reliability by looking and maximizing what we have locally. There are limits, though, on recycled water. There's only so much that you can treat. Sometimes it's a question of cost. Sometimes it's a question of environmental responsibility. Once you produce this recycled water, where do you put it? Finding a way to get it in the ground is not always an easy thing, especially when you're a coastal area. So we have to recognize that we have limits on certain supplies, and so we definitely want to reduce the amount that we depend on imported water, but we can't replace that completely.
Could I just jump in one moment, and maybe Shivaji, you may want to talk about the ocean water desalination effort as we look at it as a regional supply.
Yes.
You may want to comment on that.
Thank you, Director. Yes, and as I mentioned before, our goal is to prioritize our water supplies. We do work very closely with Metropolitan and rely on imported supplies, but as a local wholesaler, we start with conservation. We put a tremendous amount of resources into maximizing conservation. The next is we've gone to water recycling since 1994. We've been trying to find as much water as we can recycle and ways to get it in the ground. As I mentioned, we are limited on the concept of direct potable. We are producing this water, and ironically, it's the purest source of water we have of all our sources. Unfortunately, we can only put that in the ground because of where we're at with regulations, where we're at with public perception. So for us, the next step is to look at ocean water desalination. We feel we can only do that by going forward in an environmentally responsible manner. We've built a desalination demonstration facility specifically to look at the intake systems, to look at the effect our brine would have on the discharge. We're looking at energy conservation throughout the facility. It's known that the reverse osmosis process takes quite a bit of energy. Advancements in technology have definitely reduced that. We've found ways to recover this energy. We need to test all that. We need to work closely with the environmental community, make sure that we do it in an environmentally responsible manner, and then we would evaluate moving forward with that. But we are looking at that right now.
Are you working with the Poseidon facility down the coast from you at all?
No. We are the West Basin project right now is its own project. We are looking to partner potentially with Metropolitan, but this project is currently completely led by West Basin, which is a public agency.
Yeah.
So
I was just thinking that not work with in the sense of the share costs, but at least monitor what they're doing and how they're dealing with the problems that they're facing, that you will similarly face.
We do. In an unofficial capacity, we'll try to get the information. They're not as active in the desalination and water reuse circles as we are, and that's usually where we exchange our information, but we do our best to find out what they're doing. So.
Okay, let's pursue the questions of West Basin. Pat?
Oh, not in West Basin. I wanted to go elsewhere.
Can I? Then let me just say, I'm curious. When did you decide you were going to reduce your dependence on imported water by the percents that your statement indicated? I mean, just approximately 10 years ago, 15 years ago?
I believe it's approximately 5 years ago.
Okay, what led you? I mean, in large strokes, yes. What led you to the conclusion you needed to take that approach?
We looked at reliability. We looked at what sources were available to us in terms of the recycled water, in terms of reasonable estimates on conservation, and then also what was reasonable in ocean water desalination. And those are the supplies that we use to make that estimate.
Pricing did or didn't have an impact?
Yeah, it definitely has an impact.
Okay, and you already mentioned the cost of energy had an impact, at least in the desal, but I assume it plays a role everywhere. When did you set the percent goal? Do you remember?
My estimate would be 5 years ago, and I can find out.
How useful has that been? I mean, it draws my attention because I can imagine that I understand it. I mean, it's a goal.
Yes.
Within the district, how useful?
Well, it's very useful to us. I mean, it gives us a very strong metric to work towards. Our engineers know what projects and how much production is associated with that. Our operations staff knows that we have to produce this much water when it comes to recycled water so that we can meet our goals. For us, it's a great tool to use to kind of control and set the standards for our operations.
Okay. Yeah. Don, then Pat, shifting on the questions. Don.
Yeah. I wanted to maybe move to John, some of your comments about just the plan itself, and I think you expressed pretty clearly concerns that with some of the, at least draft language in the second draft, that it could potentially have a tendency to drive people away from being a part of Delta Solutions versus kind of the collaborative approach you talked about, and with some of the reporting emphasis. Just take just a moment, maybe just expand on that, where you see, again, representing some of the upstream as well as even those that may touch the Delta, but how what's being proposed generally, but even specifically, how that could drive people and have them avoid at any cost any connectivity with the Delta or Delta plan coverage.
Yeah, no, I guess I'll give a specific example around transfers, but you look at what's in the Delta plan and the proposed regulatory requirements, like this new plan that is similar to an IRWM plan, and not exactly clear what that would be or to what extent we're already meeting those requirements. So we don't know what the new level of effort is. But north to south transfers are one place where Northern California can help solve some of the statewide water problems, help provide water to the Delta. We've been doing so from the urban area, transfers to the drought water bank, transfers to the environmental water account. Well, now when that water needs to pass through the Delta, and that becomes a covered action, and the consistency not just looks at, is that transfer consistent with co-equal objectives, but do all the local agencies involved have this plan that they've developed? Have they met this requirement and that requirement and the other requirement? the burden of meeting all those requirements, the timing of meeting all those requirements, which is already a challenge for single-year transfers, it may just become not worth the trouble to the selling agencies to be involved. We have the State Water Resources Control Board. They need to act on one-year transfers. That process considers a lot of the potential benefit and impact. Why do we need this whole regulatory prescriptive environment to cover an action that really just touches the delta because that transfer is going to go through the delta? I think that's probably the best example from a Northern California standpoint. I think Doug talked about the Freeport project, and that's a project that solved several decades of conflict over diversions from the American River. It solved it by taking water around the corner on the Sacramento. So it benefited environmental resources in the Lower American, benefited the same fisheries, salmon and steelhead fisheries that we're trying to improve in the Delta. I think most everyone thinks that was a pretty elegant solution to that problem. Well, today, if that were proposed, that diversion, which sits on the inside bank of the river there, right inside the line of the primary zone of the Delta, has this whole new regulatory process to undergo. I don't know how much longer that project would have taken to get agreement if there were this reaching back into the local management decisions and local development decisions and local water portfolios that come with this this detail that's in the second draft of the Delta plan.
Okay, maybe I could just, Doug, you want to weigh in on that? I think John's example of Freeport project, one that I'm a bit familiar with, is a good example. What's your take on that?
It's certainly true that the Freeport project had to overcome a huge number of obstacles. It was a very drawn-out process, as we know.
30 years of litigation.
30 years of litigation, and so it was not only protecting the Lower American, actually added protections from the McCullough River, and so it had other provisions that require that East Bay Mud adopt a gain-sharing program where any other additional supply that we acquired would require an augmentation of 20% of that down the McCullough River. So it was really quite a hat trick, and I do agree that adding another regulatory step would have made it more difficult. And similarly, we would be concerned on the possibility of transfers going through Freeport. Are there not already enough regulatory hurdles that we seldom see these transfers actually being accomplished?
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Pat, then Gloria.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank the panel for this morning. The information you presented, I'm sure it's been very helpful. My question is kind of general. We've heard, at least from the first two panels, the issue of regulation. And so I would like to ask, how do you see the Delta Plan contributing to achieving the water supply reliability goal? Anyone on the panel?
Mr. Wallace.
I think the Stewardship Council, by virtue of looking beyond the existing statute 7X7, the 20 by 2020 statute, is doing a good service to us. It's setting a bar high. You're talking about some much greater levels of efficiency expected in the future, and I think that's something that we all ought to be striving for. So that's a clear one. Our efforts are not going to end. We've seen what can happen in Australia. We hope we don't get into that kind of situation in terms of our own precipitation and supply. But East Bay Mud would be the first to acknowledge we are. At the last opportunity we set the bar much, much higher for ourselves in terms of water use efficiency, and I think the Council's support for that. And even though it's not a regulation right now, setting that as a policy objective makes good sense.
Do you see flexibility in the language, and then someone else could answer? Flexibility in the language, is that one way of doing that?
I'll answer a different question. I think that
Okay.
I think there's been concern you've seen among the stakeholders for, even though you say this is a recommendation and that's a policy, I would certainly say that given the immense spread of issues you're dealing with, a stronger focus on what you actually intend to regulate is better. I mean, I think I think the second draft said 50% urban reduction per capita by the end of the century. Good. That's a long ways off, but it's worth thinking about. Having stated that might be enough.
So
Was that responsive enough to your
the
question?
Delta plan should have things we should think about, and that's it?
I was certainly not meaning that. I think it was useful to pose that as a long-term objective, make us think outside our boxes. But a narrower focus on what your actual regulatory responsibility should be is, you've seen that from the broader stakeholder community as well.
Dr. Glick and then Mr. Gartrell.
Yeah, I agree with Doug's general comments. I think that, and I said this at the beginning of my comments, that I think the Council has been addressing a number of things and trying to integrate a number of things into the plan that have not been addressed in the past, that have to be addressed for us to hope to resolve California's water challenges or the Delta's water challenges, including the issue of groundwater, including the issue of pricing and cost, including the issue of data monitoring. We're not going to get to a sustainable water system without comprehensive data monitoring and collection, without comprehensive integration of groundwater use. Regulation is a piece of the puzzle. I've never argued only for regulation. I think proper economics is important, and we don't apply proper economics in the water policy of the state. Everyone likes the idea of flexibility in language, but in fact, I think explicit targets are important. We accomplished some of that with the recent state legislation on the urban conservation side, although there's ambiguity there as well, but we didn't on agricultural efficiency, for example. I think there need to be, in certain cases and for certain pieces of this puzzle, not flexible language, but explicit language.
Greg?
Yeah, I think that you have an opportunity in terms of regulations and moving forward with projects to get agencies to be more cooperative among themselves in permitting and working together. And you also have the opportunity to just pile on and just add another layer. I would avoid the second. I can give, actually, as well, in the course of thinking about it here, a lot of recent examples. But I give a couple just from our recent work on permitting the expansion of Los Vaqueros Reservoir. We were very fortunate that the Department of Fish and Game and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service decided to work together and with us in developing the mitigation package for the terrestrial impacts. Had they not done that, it would have been go get a permit over here, and they'd have their list. Not exactly the same list of species over here, get their list. Instead, we got one list, one set of mitigation properties to acquire. They were in agreement on that. We were in agreement. That worked very well. On the other hand, you can look through the list of things you need to get, and I'll give you two examples. One is a stream bed alteration permit. You look at that stream bed alteration permit application, and it looks more like a water right application than a water right application does. I mean, they're asking more stuff and more details about what your water right is going to be than the State Water Resources Control Board. And it really is a duplication there. If you had both the State Board and the for water diversions and Fish and Game working together on that, you can consolidate that and move a lot faster. One of the things we ran into, and this is no fault of anyone's other than there's a new law out there, and it was a new permit. We haven't had to get this one on any other project until now, is the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act. It came in, is just starting to be implemented by Fish and Wildlife Service. So that wasn't even one-stop shopping within the Fish and Wildlife Service. One set working on endangered species, another working on bald and golden eagles. And quite frankly, the bald and golden eagle protections are even though bald eagles are no longer listed, are at a much higher level than endangered species. You can't get a take permit under the golden bald eagle permit. I mean, you just got to come up with a plan that you're not going to touch them. And every time I've gone and I've done a lot of projects in the Delta, each time there's been another layer going up and up. It's going to get to the point where everything comes to a halt here. If you can't, I mean, just virtually everything. If you can't start getting agencies to consolidate, work together, and get more towards one-stop shopping.
Felicia.
Or even 10-stop shopping.
No, I'm just thinking, in the arena of recommendations, it would be nice by the time we get a little further to have sort of those sorts of examples where we could make those recommendations that were pertinent to what we're trying to do.
I agree, and thank you for letting me whine.
Been there myself.
John?
I want to just echo on the regulatory streamlining, and I'm not arguing that local agencies shouldn't contribute to the co-equal objectives in the Delta and statewide water supply reliability, but to the extent you can get what you need from the existing processes we already go through, the better off everyone is. There's not a new
It's reasonably clear that we wouldn't have been created if everybody was happy with the status quo. I mean, with all due respect, the legislation declares a near disaster on water, ecosystem. We've had 50 years of policy deadlock. I've never heard one of you say you liked the status quo, the condition of the Delta. Not one of you has ever said that.
No, we heard throughout 2009 how there are 200 regulatory agencies in the Delta. What I would say is don't just become the 201st.
But using modest, non-regulatory urgings of cooperation, we should somehow resolve these issues. Let me give you an example, John. You represent upstream Delta users, and I won't walk you through the abuse I was giving Doug on whether you concede that upstream use might have something to do with the Delta ecosystem.
Why not?
Well, because now you're partners in the regional plant, and you're happy with each other. But let's just assume for both water reliability, water quality, and ecosystem, it is important to the state of California, to see a larger amount of return flow to the rivers and streams from upstream users, from conservation, from any of the regional self-sufficiencies. How you doing in Sacramento, and is that something you care about?
Yeah,
increasing the return flows.
Yeah, and let me tell you though, we can't have absolutes. And this the idea, become more regionally self-sufficient, reduce reliance on the Delta. Those are not necessarily analogous, depending on where you are. And so can the Sacramento region reduce its percentage of reliance on resources from the Delta watershed? No. We are going to be 100% dependent on resources that originated in the Delta watershed.
Sure, but you're not telling me that we cannot, using recycling and conjunctive use and conservation, change things.
No, we can change it considerably. We need to figure out how we get the most benefit.
Well, I'm intrigued with the Central Basin approach. They said we're going to reduce their use by X% by X year, and they set a goal for themselves. What's the Sacramento regional goal for conservation, recycling, and other things?
We all of our agencies, because of the nature of the legislation, will be choosing the 20% by 2020 option from SBX 77.
My watching from a distance suggests to me that every water agency in California believes it is currently meeting the 2020 provision, and they're struggling to make sure that no big changes occur. I'm kind of interested. So the Sacramento agencies have none of their own goals? It's only because the state imposed a goal on them?
Well, no, we had a conservation goal in the water form agreement. It's one of the 7 elements of the water form agreement, and would target probably.
That's a southern Sacramento County.
No, that's the entire Lower American River users. Water conservation was one of the elements. At the time that was signed, meeting best management practices was the approach to water conservation. It wasn't a GPCD-based approach.
And how are we doing?
We're doing a great job, and we're down.
No, quantify it for me.
We are down over the last decade on the order of 10 to 15%, with the vagaries of of the weather.
My
and the economic
recollection is
downturn.
the state water use is down close to that, largely attributable to the recession and the drought.
Well,
Have you factored out of those?
We haven't, and those are very difficult to factor out. I want to go back to my point that what we've tried to do through the water form agreement is not use less water from surface water resources, but to use more water when it's more available and in surplus, and invested hundreds of millions of dollars in additional surface water treatment capacity, in additional transmission capacity, in additional groundwater capacity, so that we can use that surface water when it's available and shift to groundwater in dry years to leave that water in the river. That was the point of the water form agreement.
Well, this is a good point. So as you struggle with dealing with groundwater, you're increasing your use of surface water, which one would think might decrease the outflow that eventually winds up in the delta. I mean, is that, do I have it right?
Ultimately, we won't decrease the average outflow. We'll decrease the outflow during high flow years, and we'll increase the outflow during low flow years because we're leaving water in the American River for the future.
I understand the analogy, and everybody in the state, as I understand it, is arguing that if you take water in wet years, everything's okay. I don't see the evidence on a statewide basis, certainly not in the Delta, that that same approach has led to a reduction in use of Delta waters in dry years and even in some of the more lean portions of average water years. I'm sorry, I just see a kind of a collective pattern out there saying, "Oh boy, wet years are great. Let's go."
In the last 2 years, when there were needs in the rest of the state, we had agencies that transferred water through the Delta and relied on groundwater. That was water that was left in Folsom Reservoir, left in the American River to serve export area needs, and water went through the Delta. That's an absolute. But back to the question of recycled water. The Sac Regional Plant, they have a new permit. When they comply with that, that water is going to be incredibly valuable. They have a plan for 40,000 acre-feet of use in agriculture in the South County. Well, when you're in the watershed, we need to consider what's the best use of that water. Because if we're now taking 40,000 acre-feet of high-quality water that's discharged back to the river and using it locally, that could potentially reduce the outflow to the Delta. Is recycled water a good thing or a bad thing in that case?
What's your quantifiable right to use water from the American River for all your clients, just in volume?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
We had a private meeting a couple of weeks ago, and some of the Sacramento people, and I asked the same question. I have this suspicion that if we ask for someone to quantify what they think they are legally entitled to take from the river, unless you believe that everyone here is entitled to take everything from the river every year. I've never heard a lawyer argue that, although there are a lot of political speeches that imply that. What's the problem with just quantifying? Why can't you just turn to the agency and say, give us your belief of what you're entitled to take from the river?
That's available. The State Water Resources Control Board has a water rights system.
I've looked at it.
Your council can tell you how the priority system works.
Every lawyer for every district advises us when we look at that doesn't represent the true and correct understanding. How can, we're trying to this is a mandate for state goals, a water reliable system for California, not just for a particular region. And this is back to information. How can you judge that if you do not know the claims that people make on it, not beyond their use? What's the demand? Whether it's a water right, whether it's a water...
Every water right is quantified.
Yeah.
It's got a priority in time.
Yeah.
The system of...
Not exactly riparian rights. That's a little different.
Well, you know, the urban area of Sacramento isn't relying on riparian rights.
I
We don't have
understand.
any riparian.
That's why I was asking him for quantify the city. I mean, as a former mayor of Sacramento, I look back and say the only time I'd like to be mayor again is to ask the question and get the answer, quantify our water rights. They had a hearing the other day, and if I heard the water people correctly, they said they had enough, how did it go? We have enough water to get through the general plan, which is 2030. And I said, what? I was just watching it on the computer. That's almost a declaration that they, and present use, will run out of capacity in 2030. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. It just may have been a mistake. But how do you do this stuff when the demand seems abstract and limitless, and no one wishes to be? We don't live in the same state. We live in Sacramento, we live in Folsom, we live in Ileton, wherever in the dickens we live, and the coincidence of being in California does not mean that we have a mutual obligation to all the citizens of the state.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I mean, I think the examples of being able to do conjunctive use that helps us locally and can help the state and the Delta is a good example of what upstream agencies can do to help solve this problem. I don't think they get there by a regulatory burden that makes them want to back away from any semblance of doing a covered action.
Randy.
This is to all of you. Begin with John. If you take the integrated regional water management approach that you have all indicated has been successful and has yielded good results. If you added to that a request to identify how within your region you can improve water supply reliability and ecosystem health for the Delta, is that something that can be added to your regional approach, and is it something that could be done in measurable terms, that could be transparent and made public, that all could watch and follow? I ask that of each one of you.
I think that's a reasonable question. There will certainly be hesitance to make a commitment to that, lacking the funding support to do those things. You know, this is what we're talking about. What is everybody's level of responsibility for the problem? But yeah, we can certainly look at how can we contribute to the solution, and that's a good thing. If we can get to what are the solutions and then worry about where the money comes from, we're a big step ahead.
Doug, in response to the question.
Randy, I think you're, based on my understanding of the IRWMPs, you're describing something that's already in place and that we heartily embrace in terms of water use efficiency and coupled with ecosystem restoration. We have that in the Bay Area in terms of marshland restoration in the Bay. So the only caution I would have would be not to impose specific quantitative targets, sort of a one-size-all-fits-all approach, and I don't think that's even contemplated. But I think that what you're saying is already in the stream of the direction we're already taking.
Greg?
Yeah, and just to clarify, my question is directed at the region. I'm not talking about a statewide policy. I'm just talking about how you would react as a region to develop those.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Again, there's the only little nuance in that is that the way the regions got divided up. Some agencies cross regions, so and our agency happens to be one of them. We're in two regions and we're involved in two of those. Causes a lot of people a lot of consternation when they try to dig out what our use is. For example, if they look in Bulletin 160, they won't find it there in one spot. But that little issue aside, I agree that that's something we are doing and can continue.
Dr. Glick.
I think it's the right idea, but I don't actually agree that we're doing it. And a good example is if you look at the distinction, for example, between some of the urban agencies along the coast and south of the Delta and their efforts on conservation and efficiency and some of the efforts of the agencies in the Delta or inland, like Sacramento, you see a very big distinction, a very big difference between efforts on conservation and efficiency. And that's in part because if the goal is how can we do things better to improve the Delta, that's a different question than how can we do things better to improve our regional reliability. You get different answers. So increasing efficiency in Sacramento, urban efficiency in Sacramento, which is something Sacramento has not done nearly as much as EBMUD or many of the Southern California districts, could reduce the requirement that Sacramento take water out of the river, water that could otherwise flow into the Delta. It's not something they pay that much attention to in Sacramento. They focus instead more on the reliability question. And so I would support the idea. I think it's the right idea, but I would disagree that we're actually there yet.
Mr. Smooks?
Yes, I echo my colleague's response in that I believe we are already doing that in Southern California, in our Los Angeles area, IRWMP. We do feel, though, it's important that the council recognizes that while we are doing all these and making sure that we share this information with any other state agency who's interested, that we don't get additional responsibilities that may duplicate our efforts. So we do look to adding to that and making sure that we increase our sharing of the information. But we would be concerned if the efforts were required upon us to duplicate them. So.
John.
I want to respond to Dr. Glick's comments and maybe use the example, Savaji's example. You know, he was involved in Orange County Water District, built the groundwater replenishment system, 70,000 acre feet off of the Met requirements, 30,000 acre feet he said for West Basin. That's 100,000 acre feet of local reliability for those agencies. But to the best of my knowledge, Metropolitan Water District hasn't said, okay, we need 100,000 less acre feet of water out of the Delta. So, as I said, there's a difference between building regional self-sufficiency and reducing reliance on the Delta. Likewise, admittedly, conservation started earlier in some areas of the state that had water shortages. It was conservation because we don't have any other source of water. Water efficiency is our focus in the Sacramento region. Using the water we have wisely, recognizing that in most years we have adequate supplies. There's a vast difference and a vast need to spend money on that and a vast cost effectiveness difference. But to not recognize that difference and imply that the Sacramento region has no interest in using water efficiently, I think is incorrect.
No, but I'll just tell you, and since I come from Sacramento and have some experience with local government, we do use more water than the statewide average. We use more water significantly. Yes, it's coming down, but it's coming down. It's not even at the state average. And there are a host of reasons for that. But my guess is fundamentally it's hard for people who live in a region where you get a reasonable amount of rain on a regular basis and you see rivers flowing beside you to believe that there is a true problem, except when there's a lot of water in the river, but that's a different problem. And I just don't know how to make Californians collectively be prudent in the use of water so that we can get through the next 100 years in a relatively good state. I'm convinced myself that the changes that are actually required are neither dramatic nor draconian nor terrible, but they run afoul of the basic American thing. Even mild-mannered Randy does it. Don't tell me what to do. All Americans kind of believe that nobody can tell me what to do. But public funds, local district funds, state funds, federal funds, pay for the water infrastructure we have. And the notion that there can be no coherent planning, no value judgments placed, that the co-equal goals are nice but not enforceable, it doesn't fit with the notion that endless amounts of state money are anticipated, and some of you said required for the future.
Can I respond to John's comment?
Sure.
John said something very important. He said one of the reasons why Sacramento has been a little less timely in implementing conservation and efficiency than other parts of the states is the recognition that we have adequate supplies. And I think that's exactly right. If the key issue is, do we have adequate supplies, you get a different answer to our water problems than do we have adequate supplies, and are we doing our part to address the issues in the Delta? And then you get a different answer. And then conservation and efficiency, saving energy for water you don't have to pump, leaving water in the rivers rather than taking it out, using it, and then having to dump it polluted back into the Delta, those issues become more important. And so it's not just do we have adequate supplies. And that's, I think, what the Council's trying to wrestle with.
Hank had a question.
Really, not really a question, more of a comment. If you'd bear with me for a second and talk a little philosophy and take a step back. Nobody likes regulations. Nobody. I mean, the alternative there would be voluntary compliance and doesn't really work. In business, a lot of regulations are very costly, time-consuming, and are intended to modify the behavior of a small percentage of those falling under the regulation. So let's look for a substitute. Incentives, economic incentives, based on efficiency and supply and demand would be great. Now, I'm learning about water, but I'm a neophyte in this game. I have been doing business in healthcare for a long time. And we were trying to find a way where we can try to mitigate and reduce the rate of increase of the percentage of gross domestic products that's devoted to healthcare spending. I mean, I think you heard me talk about this before. Right now, the United States is spending 17.5% of gross domestic product on healthcare. China is spending 1.8%. You have to be someplace between the two. The biggest problem we face right now is obesity. People who are clinically obese are going to have cardiovascular problems, they're going to get diabetes, and you're going to have kidney dialysis. And they're projecting that within 15 years, the percentage is going to increase from 17.5% of gross domestic product to 25%. Totally untenable. I mean, at 17%, we're spending more on health care, at least half of which is wasted, than we are on food. And this is a population that likes to eat a lot and well. So I was talking with a fellow who's running for president, and I said, how do we do this? Because as an employer, I don't want to hire a lot of obese people because they're very expensive. They get sick, they have time off, and when they get sick, it takes a lot of treatment. So we talked about incentives. Do you put a penalty on the people who are overweight, or do you incentivize the people who are fit with lower cost of health care? And that's really what we're trying to do. So if we could do that here, in other words, take the farmers, the rural growers who are efficient, and give them certain benefits that the inefficient don't get and the inefficient pay for. Now, whether that's the price of the water, that's a reduction in certain taxes, or all the rest of that, seems to make some sense. Now, in order to do that, you need an awful lot of information. You need metrics. I mean, if it ain't important, don't measure it. If it's important, measure it and do something with it. Now, that takes care of the rural people, of the people who have economic value of water because they produce something. You've got the urban population, and they're not really producing anything. One would expect that they are entitled to a certain amount of water, every household, regardless of the usage, to drink, to bathe, to cook, and all the rest of that. And anything above that use is considered inefficient, and they'd have to pay for. If people have more money and they want to water their flowers and all the rest of that with a hose and all the rest of that, then they will obviously pay more in terms of money. So you're incentivized to be efficient both on the farm side and on the city side. Comments? Pipe dream?
No, I think that's the approach that will work, and I think that's what the RWM program was trying to be. We may need to think of some incentives besides state grant money, because I don't know that's a viable long-term model. But my time at DWR was all about incentives. How do we incentivize locals to do things that help solve the problem? In the groundwater programs, we took $200 million of state funds, leveraged that, and got an investment of $1 billion with the local funding, and produced documentable 300,000 acre-feet of yield in the system by operating another 1 million acre-feet of groundwater storage.
Right.
That was probably one of the most tangible and real outcomes of the spending in CalFed. So I think those are the things we have to do. And those incentives recognize that every place is different, and they have different opportunities to manage their own issues and help contribute to solving these statewide problems. The Sacramento uses more than the statewide average is a good example. Well, of course we do. 75% of the population lives in cooler and more densely populated areas of land use. So with a hotter climate and larger residential lot sizes and industries that come here because of high quality, relatively low cost water, and all that industry, as Greg said, gets tacked on your GPCD. Sacramento can certainly bring their water use down per capita over time, but I don't think there's an expectation that when everybody else is lowering too, that we're going to get down below the state average. It's just not the reality of where we live.
Don.
Yeah, just while John was talking, I think he raised a good point, because there's been some focus here on the Sacramento area, and I think it is relevant though, because I think it talks to some of the regional approaches, and that in the conjunctive use approach, where we've tried to balance out, certainly reduce the groundwater overdraft and to get a balance between the surface water and groundwater usage, and it's the input and the output, and we're about 40%, and correct me if I'm wrong, John, I think about 40% of our output through the regional plant is groundwater generated of the water of the wastewater. About half, so about 50%. And I think the quandary that we get in here, because that is released directly into the Delta for the most part, is that if we were to take that 50% that's generated from groundwater, even with better efficiencies, and use it for recycling or reuse within the agricultural and or environmental portion of the community, there's going to be a lot of protest, because that water's not going back into, right now people rely on it downstream, where it's relied on for flows in the Delta. And I guess the quandary we get into too is that people look at efficiency and the use of it, and yet the moment that we step forward as a community, as a broader community here, and say, okay, well, we're going to claim the water that's generated here, and we're going to use it for efficient uses and reuse it again for agriculture. And there's a project down south we've been looking at, some of it maybe to refuge uses and so forth. I know that there's folks in this room and elsewhere in the state are going to come out of their seats, because that 50%, if it will all happen immediately, is going to be a big loss to the overall volumes of the river. Even if we reduced what we were taking out initially, but a lot of that is taken out, you can argue about the quality of it, goes back into the river as well. And I think that's part of what we deal with in this community, and that's part of the balance. Now, that regionally there are differences, but that's an important distinction, I think, here in this region. So I don't know, John, if you want to add on it. You've worked on this for a long time.
No, I agree with that entirely. I guess I want to come back to a similar complex situation, and I think Randy brought it up with if we improve the apparent efficiency of irrigation and we reduce groundwater recharge, some of the response is for municipalities then to buy farmland and build groundwater recharge ponds. So now we spend money, we take property out of production, we take it off the tax rolls to do the thing that was being done. And that's the benefit of IRWM, is we can better look at how all these things interact before we say, well, conservation's the solution, or recycling's the solution, and we talk about integration, but then we tend to want to cherry pick the pieces that we feel like are the right thing to do, and we just plain can't separate them, because everything's interconnected.
And if I could, Mr. just one other comment, and it kind of goes to the in-Delta uses as well, where some of the farm practices in Delta may be they still use the flood irrigation, but that water, if it isn't consumed by the plant, it's returned right back in, either through drainage, it returns into, if it's taken from those rivers and from those watersheds, and some of it being groundwater, it goes back into the Delta. And again, I'm not the expert in water, and so there are, again, some efficiencies that could be achieved. I would concur with that. On the other hand, I know this it's certainly, and we heard from folks yesterday, it's causing great concern with folks on how to identify all that, because that water, both used in Delta, a lot of it returns right back into the Delta through one form or the other. So
May I point out to the chair, we're at the time we had on the agenda for public comment.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take one opportunity. Dr. Glick, in one of the, I think you've done 3 major agricultural reports over the last 3 or 4 years, and the first one led to declarations of war of various kinds. But the second report had within it, and don't hold me to this number, something like 16 or 19 incentive programs you were recommending that caught my attention then, and I was going to try to reread them before today's session, but I forgot to do that. And in lieu of locking you and Randy in the room together, I wonder if the two of you could give a look at those programmatic suggestions, because my gut instinct is that a Delta plan, if properly done, and is setting a goal not unlike the West Basin goal of they picked for themselves a decreased reliance of 1% by a particular time. But that is arguably something that is understandable and therefore survives over time because people think they understand it, and you can at least attempt to measure their performance. And it's that part that encouraged me. The second part of the equation is I've never been convinced that passing a law changes human behavior. It may ultimately help lead to changes in human behavior, but it doesn't guarantee a change in human behavior. Witness the fact we keep passing laws to prohibit criminal conduct, which has been illegal for thousands of years. And so I'm interested in the second part, and you can just send me reading on this. How fast can changes in conservation or efficiency occur, not as a matter of law, but as a matter of practice? I'm interested in the timing of it, and I have no background, and I'm not able currently to judge it. That's why I'm attracted to the notion of incentives to encourage change. Now, this is not a great environment to be talking about economic incentives, but it's hard to avoid it and be realistic at the same time. So if the two of you could shoot at those 16 or 19 or 21 or whatever the ideas, plus others are around, I sure would appreciate, if not a completely mutually agreeable position, at least an observation that here are 10 things that look plausible that we might want to think about.
I'd be happy to have that conversation. The Institute has always, in its policy recommendations, included financial incentives, economic policies, some regulations as appropriate, education. There are multiple tools for tackling these issues. The timing depends on the crisis. As we saw in Australia, if you don't do something for a while, then sometimes you have to do something very quickly, and it's often more painful.
Right.
We've also seen experience in California over the last several decades of consistent, regular improvements in efficiency because of incentives, because of regulatory changes, because of changes in technology. We see those things happening, and I think perhaps we can agree that figuring out the right things to do at the right time is really what this is all about.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for doing this. We appreciate it. We're going to take some public comments, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break and start our second panel on the same subject and go from there. Okay. Gentlemen, thank you. Written comments suggested, language appreciated, ASAP. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Zuckerman and Mr. Zlotnick wish to talk. Anybody else who wants to talk on this panel, fine. By the way, if people are going to talk on both water reliability panels and you start to duplicate yourself, Randy will throw you out the door. Is that okay? Hey.
If that's the wish of the council.
Okay, let's do that. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to take a little public comment now. Mr. Zuckerman, you are first. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so that'll be the next one. Mr. Zlotnick, how about you?
I'll take the chance. Take a chance of being thrown out.
Use a mic there. That one doesn't seem to be activated yet.
You said it's okay?
Well, let's try it again and see.
Hello.
There you are.
Just very quickly, Mr. Chairman, Greg Zlotnick with the state and federal contractors. Although I'm really speaking in my capacity as a former director of the Santa Clara Valley Water District, I wanted to comment on Shivaji's comment as well as echo Mr. Woodling's comment on this issue of the reduction in reliance that they talked about, and reminded me of the old phrase that there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Dealing with percentages is not the same thing as dealing with actual deliveries of water. And And just in our experience in Santa Clara, where we rely on imports for half of our water supply in any given year, potentially, we're also, and they are currently investing in additional self-sufficiency, if you want to call it that, including an advanced treatment project for indirect potable reuse. But by doing that and increasing the reliability of their local supplies, that does not reduce their need or reliance on those imported supplies by any fixed amount of water. What it does do is, as demands increase over time, it reduces their reliance on that imported water by a percentage of their overall portfolio. So I just wanted to echo, as Mr. Woodling said, and put that on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Slotnick. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, start the next panel at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock.
In fact, I did go back and check, and Doug actually had sent an initial version of East Bay Mud's proposed legislative revision to my colleague, and somehow the email traffic didn't conclude. So I think Doug was out ahead, and I regret that we weren't able to get all of you his strikeout language a little bit earlier. So, shifting to this panel. I'm not sure that there are any strangers here, but it'll help if everyone introduces themselves briefly, and then I will get out of the way.
Okay. Mr. Buck. Hit that. Yeah, now it's on.
Now there's a button. Thank you. Byron Buck, Executive Director for the State Federal Contractors Water Agency.
Okay. Mr. Quinn.
Tim Quinn, Executive Director of the Association of California Water Agencies.
Okay.
David Guy, Northern California Water Association.
Okay. Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Mr. Quinn.
Well, let me start by expressing our deep appreciation for being here in the first place. I think we're here because of a letter that we put together a week ago. Here's our plan, as discussed with Joe Grindstaff. Is I'm going to talk about the letter and try and explain what we were thinking when we were signing the letter. Byron's going to address, at the request of your staff, some of the questions that the last panel addressed, and then David will give you more perspective from an upstream perspective from an upstream entity's perspective, how do we make this thing work for the state as a whole?
Okay.
Well, let me turn my attention to that letter. First and foremost, that letter reflects our deep commitment to the success of this enterprise. The legislation that passed in 2009 put a heavy burden on the 7 shoulders that sit up there at this table, and it gave them a huge opportunity. We haven't had an opportunity like this to solve problems in the Delta for half a century. Failure is not an option, but when we were reading the second draft of your Delta plan, failure seemed a very strong possibility to us, and it was that concern that drove us to write you what was quite intentionally a very strong letter. And let me emphasize, we didn't start writing, let's get a letter with 100 signatures, and we'll just really scare those guys. Aqua has pulled together about 20 agencies that are meeting on a regular basis to try and get unified water industry positions on some of the difficult questions surrounding moving forward in the Delta. We think that will help you in the end. And our thought was, well, we get those 20 agencies to agree on a letter. Once that letter started, it went around the state like wildfire. We're still getting organizations coming in saying that they want to sign that letter. Now, that means there's either a common virus that we're all affected by, or maybe there's some common wisdom that you need to pay attention to here. I was amazed at the diversity of the signatures. It's from the Tuolumne Public Utility District to the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. You have never seen a letter like this, which had so many exporters and so many upstream interests, all of which are represented by Aqua, most of which anyway. And again, I think the fact that they agreed on such a strong letter is something you need to pay attention to. So what are we trying to get to? I think maybe the best way to summarize it is that letter tells you that we think you're headed towards the wrong business model, the wrong strategy for accomplishing success. In brief, the business model we think you should be focusing on, and we think you 7 people need to make this decision. What is your business model? What is your core strategy? You haven't done that yet, and yet you're asking us to give detailed comments on detailed proposals for a Delta plan, and you as a group haven't said what your core strategy is, what your business model is. Now, the business model we would like to see you adopt is to take that extraordinary document from the Delta Vision Task Force that came out in 2008. It had statewide support. It said conveyance solutions, storage solutions operated for co-equal goals, take care of the Delta. I've always liked the 3-legged stool as a metaphor of what you need to do. Make sure that there's a lot of local resource investment and that you're investing in habitat to get natural processes back. That essential formula gathered enormous success, and we think you should be taking that and saying, how do you help make each of those pieces of the puzzle come together as a synthesizer, maximizing incentive-based approaches, because that will work. And we do not see any of that in the draft that we were reviewing that caused such a strong letter. Instead, we see a draft in which you can't, it's almost as though the Delta Vision Strategic Plan was never written. It's not at all referenced. There is a lot of detailed thinking about the relationship between the council through a regulatory apparatus that would be statewide and the decisions of hundreds of local agencies around the state of California. And we think that, we don't think you're authorized to go there, but even if you were authorized to go there, we think going there is a serious, serious mistake. So again, what we urge you to do is have a debate amongst yourself. You've been doing that the last couple of days. A lot of these are common themes from comments you've got in the last couple of days. One more perhaps self-serving notion. You had a couple of outstanding examples of local agencies up here on the last panel. There aren't just 3 of them, there are hundreds of them. One of the chief concerns is if you adopt this notion that if you're not regulating it, Mr. Chairman, if you're not enforcing it, if you're not requiring it, somehow it won't happen. The last 20 years of California water proves that that's just not true. And what we're afraid is you will displace a highly effective incentive-based approach that has been remarkable. If you ask yourself where have good things been happening in the state of California on water issues the last 20 years, the answer is through local initiative and local innovation. I mean, the West Basins, the East Bay muds, the hundreds of them around the state, according to DWR, if you add up all of the efforts that they've done to develop local resources, which is where we've been developing water, because we've just been losing water out of the import system, according to DWR, when all those projects come online, there's 2.4 million acre feet. Think about that. That's not piddling stuff. That's not getting around to the job. That's the drier yield of the State Water Project. It's twice the yield of the Colorado River Aqueduct. It's 4 or 5 times the Los Angeles Aqueduct system. Those were the engineering marvels that got previous generations of water managers plaudits. We have outdone that from a local resource perspective. It has been remarkable. We've developed 4.5 million acre-feet of new storage. That's just the state water contractors south of the Delta. It would be nice if we had a functional Delta to replenish that storage. We're making the water market work. Aqua is determined that sustainability-based groundwater management will happen throughout the state of California. That was the intent of the document we put out there. My point here is an incentive-based approach has been highly effective, and why you would want to displace it with this additional hand of regulation where we don't think the legislature encouraged you to go there at all doesn't make any sense to us at all. But at a minimum, you as a group should make a decision what is your core policy direction that you want to get from your staff. And I think you're moving in that direction, but you should formally address that and make that decision as far as we're concerned. Let me close where I started. We are committed to success here. Something I strongly agree with. You should be measuring what you want to be successful with. You should be measuring water supply reliability. You should be measuring ecosystem health. And then you should be holding alternative strategies for accomplishing that to some sort of quantified analysis so you know you're getting the most out of the resources that you're committing to. I highly question whether something that is that's following down, we've got to reduce use out of the Delta by a couple million acre-feet through local resource development. That's going to cost billions of dollars. And you should be asking yourself, is that the best way to get co-equal goals? Or if I put some substantial portion of that money into habitat restoration and other problems of the ecosystem, can I get more co-equal goals? But you should be formalizing that within some analytical structure so that you can represent that you're getting the most possible value out of whatever it is we wind up doing under your leadership. And I'll stop there, and I guess we're going to let all three talk, and then we'll go to questions?
Sure. I think that makes sense. Mr. Buck.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, members of the Council. I first want to echo Tim's argument that we have a fundamental stake in the success of the Council. Mr. Chairman, you'll perhaps recall back in the Delta Vision days when you're grappling with everything and you hadn't discussed governance and where do we go from here, and you locked me and a couple of other people up in a room to say, where do we go from here? And the two things that came back out is you need a plan, and you probably need a council to oversee this as we go forward and help be an integrator. So I bear as much responsibility for this room as anyone else, and so I certainly have a stake in it. And I know the agencies that I represent do as well. So we want to be positive and help you to get to a place that moves that vision further. I have presented you some written comments because that was I drew the short
distributed
straw here.
on your desk, members. It's got Mr. Buck's name up in the right-hand corner.
And I would indicate I just got these Wednesday, so they're largely my comments. I've circulated them around, but they're largely mine. I would say also, though, I think I'm quite in the comfort zone of where the water industry is in general. And I want to kind of go in somewhat reverse order because I first want to shock you and tell you that you haven't gone far enough in at least one area. And that would be in the last one, question 3, on measurement and data collection. And that I would certainly say we agree that better data on water diversion is needed, and absolute transparency to the public to assure all diversions are legal would be an improvement. The ERIMS method that you mentioned, that certainly has been a step forward in terms of data, but we can go a lot further and we can do this a lot more efficiently. We support the development of a real-time telemetered water system, reporting system that would match water rights permits with water diversions for all diversions above a minimal threshold. The technology exists for this today. It would take a lot of the paper reporting and labor costs out of this. We could actually save money and have much better data that could be on a website and you could see in real time who's diverting and are they within their legal obligations. It would be a super transparent system. It would allow water rights enforcements to go right to the problems that are automatically flagged when diversions are accessed. So we think you can go a lot further with this than you otherwise would. defining, what's a significant diversion is something that you need to look at. The vast majority of diversions in the state are pretty small, stock ponds and that sort of thing. A lot of these systems are already telemetered and set up already. So I don't think any of us would disagree that all diversions need to be legal and transparently viewable to the public. And frankly, they're not. There are many illegal diversions in the state, and that needs to be cleaned up. So we think you can go further in that regard than you've gone, and I would commend you to the language there. Going back up to the top on the question of your regional water self-sufficiency, I think the implication of that policy in the plan really does not mesh with practical reality in 100 years of history in the state. We recognized over 100 years ago that many areas of the state where growth was happening and desired were not going to be regionally self-sufficient. That's why we have an appropriative rights system. That's why we built major projects across the state, from the Owens River system to the Colorado River system to the State Water Project, Federal Water Project. All of the diversions, trans-delta diversions for the Bay Area cities, recognized we don't have adequate resources where the state desires them. So the implication that we can all achieve regional self-sufficiency is really not correct. And for a lot of those areas upstream, regional self-sufficiency is 100% delta dependent in terms of the watershed. So I think you need to recast that to match the language that was in the statute, that it's improving water supply reliability and reducing reliance on the delta. And I've given you some specific language there that we certainly can invest in local water resources that as my colleague Greg noted, doesn't necessarily reduce diversions on the delta, but improves reliability local, improves water supply, and reduces reliance on the delta, because we've got to recognize we've got a growing population. Most of the areas, all the export areas, are trying to grow local water resources, but that doesn't mean over the long run, long-term average, you're going to change much in the way of delta diversions. We all want to move to a system that diverts less in the dry years when the fish need it more, and moves more in the wet years. And the Delta Vision process recognized that. There was some very good language in there about not reducing diversions altogether, and the legislation says nothing like that, but moving from a system where we're changing the pattern of diversions, reducing diversions in the dry years, increasing them in the wet years so we can fill storage. Storage wouldn't be in the policy that came out of the 2009 legislation unless you had water to put in it. So clearly the implication is we need to change the pattern of diversions here, and increasing them in wet years is really part of the equation for water supply reliability. Let me go finally then to 2, where you get into the groundwater issue. And fundamentally here, the Council needs to focus on infrastructure fixes in the Delta, the 5 things that Tim really mentioned, the core things that came out of your strategic plan. We need to fix the conveyance system in the Delta. We had a system that was designed to move water in wet years and more than that before we got a little more environmentally conscious, and able to replenish groundwater basins where they were being drafted in drier years. We need to get back to a system that can do that. We're never going to get to a system that delivered all the water the State Water Project promised 30 years ago, and before the thoughts we're going to wall off the North Coast rivers. Those decisions have been made. We all realize it's not going to yield 100% of the water 100% of the time. But if we fix the conveyance, restore the reliability curve that we had back in the 90s, all the local agencies are going to now know what the new baseline is, what their reasonable expectations are out of the system, absent being able to move some additional transfer water in occasional dry years. Then they are going to be incumbent on them to then manage within that, including their groundwater basins. Don't think we have any problem with you saying ultimately there needs to be sustainability on groundwater management. You can draft down in dry years, but make sure you have a plan to replenish in wet years so that you have long-term sustainability there. We wouldn't agree, though, that you jump right to State Board, you need to regulate. We don't think the State Board has that authority, and that's really the domain of the legislature. So the first thing really is you need to say we need to fix the conveyance and restore the capability to replenish groundwater. Local managers then need to realize they need to live within the means that systems can produce. And if that doesn't happen, if they're not going towards sustainability in their groundwater basins, then it's really the domain of the legislature to decide whether State Board should get groundwater management authority. But you need to fix the system first so that locals can do their job and then live within their means. And I would close at that point. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Guy.
Good morning, members of the council. Let me just build on the previous comments here and just really suggest, I think, that there might be a different business model out there that we think can be more successful than we have seen in the second draft. As a representative of the upstream areas, or areas upstream of the Delta, you can imagine, what some of these provisions look like. And several of you, of course, represent those regions, so I have a feeling you already hear that from your constituents. It's scary, and there's a question of who is this Delta Stewardship Council that is now all of a sudden telling me how to do my business in a way that, we think we've been doing quite well for some time. And so I think there's an important psyche out there that, can't be lost in this process. I'm going to suggest 5 kind of quick suggestions on how this business model can improve, and then, of course, really look forward to the discussion because I think that's where we really get into the good dialogue. The first piece is really just, I think, right now, the Delta Plan is a turnoff to local water entities throughout the state. It basically says you're not doing your job, you're not effective, what are you doing? And I suggest if you want a successful business model, you flip that around and you applaud local water resources managers throughout the state for the good work that they're doing, their boards of directors, trustees. As you all know, this is a very involved process, and people are making some very hard, complicated, and sound decisions out on the ground every day with respect to water resources. And to me, the Delta Plan ought to say that right up front, that you laud that, and I'll talk in a minute what the role is, but these agencies, of course, have been adopting co-equal goals in their own ways for years. This concept of co-equal goals is not new. It's just all of a sudden been thrust into this body in a different way. The second thing that I think is important, again, particularly from the upstream areas, but I suspect everywhere, is this question of values. The Delta Plan feels like somehow the Delta is now more important than everywhere else in the state. And I'm not sure that that's the right way to look at it. We all know we have challenges in the Delta, but let me just give you a couple of examples. Is restoring wetlands and habitat in the Delta more important than the Sacramento National Wildlife Refuge? Is it more important to have water in the Delta than to have a cold water pool for salmonids upstream? Those are some of the questions that I think have started to emerge, and at least the Delta Plan in the second draft somehow seems to suggest that the values in the Delta somehow trump the important values upstream. And again, water resource managers are making these decisions upstream on a daily basis with all of these competing values. But now all of a sudden they're being told that the Delta is somehow more important than what they're doing. And it doesn't fly very well up in those parts of the world. Third thing, and of course I've been saying this, I think from the day we've been talking here in this council setting, is just focusing on the Delta. And again, I don't know how else to say that different than we've said it. I'm just going to, I think, leave it at that, and we'll probably have more discussion around that. But there seems to be this incredible desire to do something more than the Delta, and I just don't understand that, but it keeps coming up in draft after draft. The fourth point is, again, really, I think a discussion that Mr. Stevens and I have been having for some time, is this really developing the strategic coordination role. I thought it was interesting as we've listened to the last couple days. I thought you have received a lot of good advice on what that might look like over the last couple days, and what's been interesting to me is that people from all different parts of the state, different types of constituencies, I think have been offering some very similar advice to you in that regard. And in fact, I think your lead scientist, I thought, offered yesterday some just wonderful advice on how to focus on the Delta and to start taking some steps that will actually make some improvements and then build on that. And I think that strategic coordination role is something that is really ought to be built upon. You obviously have certain authorities under the covered action that I think some emphasis could be placed upon, but I also think that you've clearly duplicated a lot of efforts that are already underway in other state agencies that I think in this financial climate in the state of California simply makes no sense. And then just the fifth point, and one that, again, I think everybody agrees upon, how you get there is going to be a little bit trickier, but I think we all agree, is just this important of information management. I think that is a central core element of something that this council can be very successful in. We all lament the fact that we don't have better information to make decisions from. But rather than sitting around lamenting that, I think it would be more productive if we rolled up our sleeves and all figured out how we can do that and build that body of information that will help all of the decision makers with respect to water involving the Delta, including this council. So I'm going to stop there. Those are at least some thoughts that I think are a path towards a more successful business model for the Delta Stewardship Council.
Okay, Pat.
David, you referenced the need for information.
Yeah.
Tim, I think you described a system of information relative to diverting water, principally. Is that correct?
And other things. I mean, what I was referencing.
You got to turn the mic, yeah, right on the base. There you are.
Byron turned it off. No, including diversions, but not just water use. I think you as a council...
Groundwater?
Yes.
So Byron, what's your view of the availability of information for groundwater use?
Probably not adequate. I mean, the state's certainly moving in the direction of requiring water use levels, but there's certainly a resistance when we haven't seen the state do a good job of fixing the major problems that would help with overdraft for people to then invite them in to start regulating what they're doing with the remaining resource they have some control over. So you got a tremendous resistance at the local level because they haven't seen the state do its job, and having them come in.
So is this a political problem or epistemological problem? Is it that we don't know or can't figure out how to ask the questions to find out how much water is in the ground and how much water is taken out of the streams? Or it's that providing too much information about some of that water supply it tempts people to regulate it or take it?
It's largely political. In a lot of places, the information exists. As Byron says, there's a fear in sharing it. I would refer you to the groundwater document that was held up before. That document says we should develop a rich set of data for our groundwater basins, and we should be sharing it. Aqua's doing
right, but I kind of heard your emphasis different. What I heard Byron say was that a more reliable water supply ought to precede any consideration of figuring out how much water is taken from the ground.
I wouldn't go that far. I think they move hand in hand. We have to work on all parts of the system at once. I think what you would, if folks
so
that
a Delta plan that improved water reliability potentially could also require groundwater management?
I don't know that I would say groundwater management. Certainly better reporting and information. People are going to be a lot more inclined to do that.
How about adequate reporting to know what the water is, what the water usage is?
It depends. I mean, it depends on local situations and how you're going to collect it. We've got pretty good aggregate data that knows we know what's going on at a basin-wide level. The argument for having detailed, high-resolution data for every single user is somewhat absent at this point, and that's what people are resisting.
No, I didn't. What's the it that they're resisting?
Measurement on every single pump, no matter what size, what groundwater basin, what condition, and then what the implication of the data is. I mean,
so how aggregate does it have to be acceptable?
It depends on what your management objective is. If your objective is to stop long-term unsustainable groundwater overdraft, 2 mics.
Thank you, Mike. Now that's a facilitator.
I can't have two. If your objective is to stop long-term unsustainable groundwater overdraft, you need to attack it from a number of measures. We need to get back to what the state intended to do 40 years ago, and that reliably move imported water when available, now in certainly more environmentally friendly manner. And then we need to say, okay, at that point, what is the long-term sustainability there? We've got current...
What's the at that point?
At the point that, I mean, certainly there's a pathway, and that's part of what your job was.
No, this is in 15 years when reliability has been confirmed. Is that it?
Yeah, well, no, I think you're moving, you need to make the decision, yes, we're going to build conveyance and we're going to restore the imported supply reliability to a certain level consistent with environmental protection. At the same time, then, the goal is long-term sustainability of groundwater basins, and you're going to have to be moving forward and pressuring the locals, putting out the standard, promoting that long-term sustainability and putting them on notice. This is their job. There is going to be a relatively finite supply out there in the imported system. That's reality. They know it. They're going to then have to step up.
I'm not sure if you or Tim mentioned it, but it sounded like it was sort of a market solution the state has this much water, that's what you'll get. If you overdraft your groundwater basin, then it's your problem, as opposed to a regulation to report groundwater use or to manage it on a regional basis.
I would agree, largely true. If you use the market mechanisms to do that, people know what their certainty is. They know they're getting improvement on the imported supply that they've paid for 2 and 3 times over now. Then it is going to be incumbent on them with those incentives to manage within their means.
You're going to have enhanced management. We would strongly urge it that it be at the local level, but it has to happen. Something you said is really, really important. If California wants sustainable solutions in the future, you must have both sustainability-based groundwater management programs throughout the state and a fixed delta, something that can move the Banks pumping plant was at 0 3 days this March when delta outflow was over 200,000 cubic feet per second. That's not a sustainable long-term future. The two, I'm not arguing for you guys to decide you're going to regulate groundwater outcomes, but we have to have sustainability-based groundwater management in sync with success for you guys in the Delta, or California simply doesn't have a shot at an acceptable level of sustainability. You always get to sustainable, by the way. Eventually, it gets so horrible that things will wind up in a sustainable situation in that they will persist over time. But if it's going to be someplace where you can tolerate living in, we're going to have to manage it.
Let me focus on, Byron, some of your comments, but it relates to others. The policy that you primarily object to is, I believe, Water Resources Policy Number 2, appearing on page 30, and that's the Regional Water Self-Sufficiency is the title. I'm going to read that. All water agencies within the study area of the Delta Plan shall develop and implement a plan similar to an integrated regional water management plan no later than January 1st, 2015. And shall update that plan at least every 5 years. I believe this next sentence is what you primarily object to. Water resource planning covered actions are inconsistent with the Delta Plan should these regional plans not be developed and implemented. And then it lists all the ingredients that have to be examined by categories, the planning for an interruption of delta flow and efficiency and recycling and so on. Now, let me read the statute that says the policy of the state of California is to reduce reliance on the Delta in meeting California's future water supply needs through a statewide strategy of investing in improved regional supplies, conservation, and water use efficiency. Each region that depends on water from the Delta shall improve its regional self-reliance for water through investments in water use efficiency, water recycling, advanced water technologies, local and regional water supplies projects, and improved regional coordination of local and regional water supply efforts. Now, I could understand if you walked in and said, oh, yeah, I've written it right. We're going to do a duplicate report. We already do the duplicate reports. Why don't you give us an example that if it's an urban agency and a covered action. By the way, it only comes to us if it's a covered action. You understand that. And then you'd have language that would say, here are 3 reports that might meet the test with supplemental information. But the argument that we should simply hector everyone to consider things and then act as if the compliance or non-compliance of what is one of the foundations of water policy. I know, Byron, your note says regional water self-sufficiency was recognized as impossible over 100 years ago, but that's the notion of absolute regional self-reliance for every region in the state, which is not suggested by the statute, nor is it suggested by the draft language in the Delta Plan. Tell me why something that has been in the state water plan update for at least a decade, regional self-sufficiency, as I think how they refer to it, that all of you folks checked off on conceptually is suddenly now an objectionable slogan, principle, program, when the fear is, well, gosh, we might be held responsible for doing the things that everyone said it's good to do. That's how I read the comment.
Yeah, and I think it's somewhere in between there. I think we react to the title of it, regional water self-sufficiency, is implying that that's 100% in every locality. When you go back and read the code, as you just did, it certainly doesn't that, and in the body of it, you can certainly read that. The broader objection is, again, what's the business model for the council? Are you going to be a magnet or a club? You want to draw people to these things with incentives. You don't want to club them to do it. Because, frankly, I don't think the council will ever have the resources to evaluate these plans at any level of specificity that will get you anywhere. You need to think of the next step.
Yeah. You were
as a regulator.
You were sitting in the audience when Hank had the discussion before about the polar positions, which is regulate the hell out of everything, tell you how to do everything, and then laissez-faire, or, we'll do it voluntarily. And, society generally wants to cut somewhere in the middle. Our covered actions do not reach every area of the state of California. The authority doesn't allow us to do that. But when a covered action comes before us and we're trying to balance the co-equal goals, they are state co-equal goals, they are not regional and unique, and do it in a way that protects the character, the unique character of the Delta. How can we say, well, we'll do whatever we want, but don't hold us accountable for anything? Mr. Guy, I'll get to the upstream argument in a minute. This is more uniquely for the exporters.
I think you can hold people accountable without a long regulatory reach. Remember here, your plan gets up. Let me finish, please. The plan gets updated every 5 years. What you want to come out of the end of this day is the same people that stood up in the Delta Vision process said, this is really good on the whole, B+. You're headed towards a direction now where you've got nearly unanimous, this is not going in the right direction. You need to think of the long run, focus on the things in the Delta, add value, put people on call as to what they're going to need to do locally to meet the vision. But if you go with the heavy regulatory model, this is bound to fail. And that's what our message is here to you today. That's the basic thing.
This sounds to me like, I went through the 20 months on Delta Vision, and I watched from the sidelines the development of the legislation in 2009. I'll give you my opinion. What was acceptable in a package that included the bond issue and premised on the fact that BDCP was speedily moving toward some conclusion is now the uneasy coalition that supported it on all sides is even more uneasy because the bond issue was put over for 2 years and there's talk of it being put over again, and the economy is not in great shape, and there's an argument, we'll change the administration in Washington and wait until good things can be done. It's just everybody falling back into the old positions of 50 years of battle. And I think we just inherit most of the controversy growing out of that. It doesn't surprise me, doesn't shock me, doesn't even irritate me very much, but that's my instinct. Water policy in California needs to say publicly, and in a way that is consistent with the statute, some very bare truths. There isn't all the water that everybody wants in the world at all times, under all conditions, at no cost. And I know you guys don't say that, but that is the context for much of the water debate. It is a very complicated issue, and we're either going to have a hard landing because we can't belly up to the bar, order a drink, and solve the problems, or we're going to negotiate and figure out how to do some kind of relatively soft language. So just on this regional self-sufficiency, if regions should examine these approaches.
And we agree they should.
I know you do. And at what point should you begin pushing, shoving, moving toward something? Do it. We've got the West Basin example. They set a goal for themselves. Isn't it rational and probable that each region or each water agency should set a goal for itself in quantifiable and measurable standards, so you can say they're at least reducing their reliance on Delta water, to comply with the code?
And that would probably be good language if it's in the promotional sense, as the statute asks you to.
Promotional sense. Define promotional.
You are to promote those things, not regulate them.
Okay.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, for what it's worth, I don't have a single member agency that fits the stereotype that you just threw out there to characterize how water managers think. Not a single one in the entire state of California. They have all changed dramatically to embrace co-equal goals, to embrace the development of local resources. They are doing it. Now, I think you're confusing issues in the legislation, because I was not watching it from afar. I was in the middle of the sausage factory. And there was broad agreement, as there is today, that a program for the Delta must include a lot of local resource development. We get that. We've been making it happen for 20 years. We're going to be doing more. That was one question. Another question was, how much and what kind of authority do you have to make all of this work? That's an entirely different kind of question. And the legislation did not jump from the necessity of local resource development to the conclusion that you should have a lot of detailed regulatory power at the retail level to tell people how to make that happen. As a matter of fact, a decision was made not to give you that authority. So I think let's be careful about not mixing the concepts in the regulation. Yes, it's important to have that diversified strategy out there. Local resources is important. Then there's the question of how do you make that happen? And I don't think the regulatory approach that you're proposing in the second draft will make it happen. I think it will stifle it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, well then I'll just tell you flat out, since we keep drifting back into conceptual theories of how people should behave, we're supposed to develop a legally enforceable Delta plan. You object to elements that attempt to provide that. That ultimately is determined by a court. But the point is, if we wish to remain true to the co-equal goals of the state and the recognition of the uniqueness of the Delta, it's hard to square that with the mandate the legislature gave us to deal with water quality and all the other things that go with it. And my fear, Tim, is that really what we're talking about is everyone fears the unknown. Everybody wants to be with the predictable. But the fact of the matter is, you're all smart guys. You know what it is. The water supply is tightening. I guess that's the word I use these days. Its demands are increasing. Supplies are harder to get. Costs are raising. Energy costs are going up. It's not easy to satisfy needs anymore, which is probably the inevitable consequence of a maturing society that started with 300,000 people in 1850 and is now at 38 million. That started with an economy that was 90% agriculture and about 7% mining, I guess, and now is $2 trillion in size. I mean, those are difficult and complicated questions that require an array of choices. And I think the deadlock was everybody wanted their perfect choices to be first. And that led to 50 years of deadlock. The legislature made some determinations on choices. And, you know, David, on the point, yes, the Delta was given in legislation recognition of a unique status tied to water reliability in the state of California. I mean, how do you, I don't see how
I don't think it said it was any more important, though, than any other part of the state, did it?
Listen, it said co-equal goals of the state of California. And if you want, this is one of those arguments that say, well, if you make me change anything, then I will fall into a giant hole in the earth. The world will come to an end. Every economic activity will. It doesn't work that way. This is the question of how we satisfy. The Delta is the linchpin of water and ecosystem debate in California and has been for more than 50 years. You know, there's no surprise there. The ideas about building conveyance through or around the Delta started in the late 1800s and were escalated in attention in the 1900s. We've been arguing about this for a long time because the Delta was the last place for available water not otherwise ostensibly used by human beings. Tim mentioned and Byron alluded to the fact that we have since, in later decades, come to recognize the impacts on the environment. I mean, that's just going on. So I don't understand the policy recommendations you're making. I understand the politics, and I even respect the politics.
Can I give that upstream perspective on the sustainability that you mentioned? I think first thing I just want to touch on, I just want to make sure this doesn't get lost. You mentioned that folks do not want to be responsible or accountable, I think what you suggested in these areas. And I think it's quite the contrary. If you look at water agencies and entities, they are all responsible and accountable to not only a board of directors or a board of trustees, they are truly accountable to that, but I think even more importantly to a ratepayer base that is paying, essentially for the cost of that. And I think particularly in a Prop 218 world that everybody is faced with, there is essentially referendums, de facto referendums on these entities going on all over the state right now. And so I think these entities are horribly responsible, horribly accountable to their consumers. In fact, I think if you looked at confidence throughout the state, they are probably the agencies that probably hold about the highest confidence of any level of government in the state of California. So I think if you start with that premise, then the question I go back to with respect to regional self-sufficiency is, yes, that policy is very good. It's important. It's stated. But two things. One, I don't believe that anywhere in the statute does it say that the Delta Stewardship Council shall be the entity that addresses regional sustainability or self-sufficiency. I think there's a linkage there that we would love to explore with you, but I don't believe that's your purview. You're a Delta Stewardship Council developing a Delta plan. That is, I think, what we are encouraging is focus on the Delta. It's in both the name and in the spirit of what is intended here. Those entities are working quite well. And in fact, Joe Grindstaff did IRWMPs before the legislature ever said do an IRWMP.
Or required them.
Yeah, we were doing them up in the North State before people even were talking about them. So to think that somehow you need a regulatory provision to tell people manage water in a responsible way in a local and regional area is just crazy.
Let me jump, if I might, Mr. Chairman. I've got to react to this. Is not politics. It's a policy difference. It's a policy debate. It's not politics. The system is under a great deal of strain. The most important thing we can do in the next decade plus to get rid of that strain is move the intake, invest in habitat, protect the Delta, and figure out how we operate all that with storage. Now, that's what we need from the council. We need to figure out how to get these Delta questions answered. We don't need more piling on for local resource development that's already happening.
Mr. Quinn, we will say things about facilities, but all of you who negotiated this legislation gave us an appellate review over the Bay Delta Conservation Plan.
Mm-hmm.
Delta Vision didn't take that over. We didn't recommend it. You did it. Okay, that means we have limits without prejudging the issue that may come before us. So how can we're not able to perform the duty you gave us by statute on BDCP, which is the facilities discussion, and do it in an elaborate Delta plan prior to the completion of something we're supposed to judge. I mean, how do you expect us to do it? I agree facilities are part of it. The statute says improving facilities is part of it. How do you want us to do with what you said we're supposed to do in the plan?
Well, here I'll probably get myself in a little bit of trouble, but the Bay Delta Conservation Plan is not the only thing that needs to happen in order for Delta conveyance solutions to happen. There are relationships with the Delta counties that you could help with. There are issues related to flows that we're going to disagree with mightily that could we could use facilitation and use a synthesizer for that. There are a variety of things that need to have to come together before we can declare that we're done with the Delta, and only one of them is complete the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. And yes, there were rules about how that plan would be adopted. And when you look what that plan's got to go through to get to become an HCP, NCCP, I think those rules were perfectly reasonable. But it certainly doesn't mean that this group, if you're interpreting that therefore you have nothing to do to make sure the right things are happening in the Delta.
No, the staff.
I couldn't disagree.
The staff, in fact, has recommended a prod. I don't know how any otherwise to describe it, to complete the. I mean, I personally believe that we need to know the facts on a facility design, a location, a cost, all the things that go with it, so we stop having these endless theoretical debates and get down to reality. And that's why I tend to think it makes sense to do it. But we can't force them to do it, and don't pretend we're doing it.
Can I give you some specifics on what you can do? I mean, clearly you have an appellate role in the BDCP, but you should talk about what are the broad themes that need to be done that are within that umbrella. You need to talk about conveyance and what it should do, how it should perform, both for the ecosystem and water supply. You need to talk about habitat restoration, building the base for recovery of species, and you need to talk about levies and stabilities and prioritization of funds.
We are searching for language that passes our attorney's test, the Attorney General's test, and all the other attorneys out there of how to discuss facilities, retain the authority that was dropped on us in this act to be an appellate body from a BDCP decision. If you have suggestions in writing of what those languages would be, we'd consider it. But we can't consider it in the abstract, because in the abstract, that we're still wrestling with the complications of the statute.
Well, that's helpful to know. That wasn't brought out in the second plan. You get no impression that was even in the works.
Well, well, okay.
Could I give you one more set of
Randy wants to
that
come in here, and I think
kind of
Don
the
wants to-
example of how you can be an integrator rather than a regulator?
Yeah.
Just
wait, these two
questions for. I'm happy to defer.
I was just congratulating
first.
myself on my patience. My red light has been on for about an hour. And just an observation, Mr. Chairman.
Sir.
I think your peripheral vision out of your right eye is not as good as the one.
Either that, or I'm just ignoring you. One of the two.
I'd go for the latter. And I'll give you the reason why. I've read the letter, and you're all signatories to it. And I think your business model is going to be different than ours. I think what you're looking for is, quote, a suite of recommendations, end quote. In the absence of incentives, we really have no alternative but to regulate. Were I you and in your position, I'd probably feel the same way. But we are charged with doing something that I don't think can be done unless we act the way Phil's described it.
If I might, why don't you ask your staff to work with us and figure out how you would structure such an incentive-based
Terrific.
program?
That's exactly what I was looking for.
Mr. Grindstaff, let's check with the council. Any objection from the council for that consultation between our staff and the party sitting at the table? Okay. Any objection? Without objection. And by the way,
like most models, it's going to be a hybrid of some fashion, right?
Of course.
It's never one or the
of
other.
Course.
It's got to be a little of both.
It's the real world.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Mr. Fiorini.
We've heard now from 5 panels, 3 yesterday, 2 today. We heard from the Delta cities and counties. We heard a panel discussing protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. And we heard from a panel yesterday on ecosystem restoration and agriculture. The common theme through those and the 2 today is questioning the legal authority for regulation of the council. And it might surprise you, but one of the commenters, one of the panelists yesterday in the Restoring and Enhancing the Delta Ecosystem said things like, we have a narrow regulatory mandate. That was their interpretation of the role of the council. That same person acknowledged that there are many overlapping jurisdictions that currently have a say in policy and regulation in the Delta. And it was recommended to this council that we need to be a synthesizer to bring together the various mandates set forth by the legislation. Essentially, the conclusion was we are to show how the puzzle parts fit together. All right. That's pretty much, I think, what
we
you
should have had
guys
that
said.
person sign our letter.
Is that the third draft?
I bring this up because we spend hours and hours in meetings, and I think it's on the agenda that when we conclude this panel, we're going to have a conversation about what have we learned, what have we heard, and the third draft is nearly completed, but it's not too late to have some input. You said the council has been not very forthcoming on what our goals are as a group. Well, one of the things I'd like to ask you about is on this covered action area of the plan. The legislation, as I read it, states 4 criteria for what a covered action is, and they have to all be met. And the first one is that the project or plan be in or partially in the Delta, all or part of the Delta. Not the exact words, but that's the inference. We have kind of divided the state up into 2 areas, what we call the primary planning area, which is the legal Delta, including Sassoon Bay, and then we have the secondary planning area, which is all the upstream tributaries and contributors to flow into the Delta, and the export areas. It seems to me that to meet our role as a synthesizer and bringing people together would be to differentiate in the Delta Plan the policies that the legislature has set forth that are statewide, and address those as those recommendations, those goals that affect the greater California, the secondary planning area, and then focus in on the primary planning area for covered actions in the kinds of things that this council would like to see occur in the Delta, conveyance and ecosystem restoration and the things that meet the co-equal goals. Your reaction to that approach?
Yes.
I
Yes.
like it.
Amplify it.
Kind of hard to build on that, Randy. I mean, you pretty well hit it. That should be the focus, the covered actions in the Delta, and then broad promotional and aspirational goals, and an accountability system, which is really, we're going to come back in 5 years and see how you did. This plan never dies. It keeps going.
Well, the other thing I would add, I think that was a great articulation. The only thing I would add is something that I think Mr. Dahm said yesterday, and again, that's kind of some of the sequencing on how you kind of build on things. That's the only other element that I would add to that, is that there's a timing issue, right, and what you can do, tomorrow, what you have to do in 5 years, and how you learn from that. So I think that was an excellent articulation.
For what it's worth, I mean, I think what you articulated is what those people in the room, when they were structuring this legislation, that's very much the kind of approach that they had in mind. And again, not at the exclusion of important policy pieces that are happening outside of areas where you don't have the power, we don't think, to declare something a covered action or treat it as a covered action. But go to DWR and find out how are the conservation programs doing. Give them advice as to how you think they can improve them. If they're not big enough pots of money to incentivize what needs to happen, figure out what might be the best ways to come up with pots of money and to keep the process moving forward. But for heaven's sakes, don't make the mistake of the California Bay Delta Water Authority. They spent so much of their time focusing on what people were doing outside the Delta that they forgot the Delta, and it was a miserable failure.
Tim, I just want to add one note. The water problems of regions are also the water problems of California and vice versa. There's no such thing as a way to carve up the state, carve up the water, carve up the ecosystem, and pretend that actions outside have no impact on that region, whether it's the Central Valley, whether it's the Delta, whether it's up north. How we use water, the facilities we build, the economic engine of the state, everything's interconnected. And I understand why exporters and upstream people would prefer concentration on the Delta. But the foundation of this legislation are the co-equal goals, and they are state co-equal goals. Yes, one is a Delta-centric state co-equal goal, but the statute's pretty clear on that. And I'm not opposed to Randy's description of synthesis of this kind of stuff. But go back to this, call it improved regional self-sufficiency. The way I read it is, even if we changed the title or wrote it more clearly to emphasize the fact that different regions of the state do have unique problems and some have opportunities that others do not, or however you say it, you still would object to the notion of us saying that a Delta plan on water system reliability for California and for an improved and protected Delta ecosystem can and should articulate the steps regions will take on their own. But once they've determined it, if they've made a fair determination, we ought to be able to rely on it for these decisions.
Articulated? No. Articulated that way, I think it's fine. It's at what point, who's judging the facility of that plan and that it's meeting the goals in an appropriate way? And we're saying you need to be certainly putting local government on the spot, too. They should be doing these things. But who then decides at the end of the day which choice and resource mix they pick is at the local level?
I didn't hear a single thing I disagreed with, but I refuse then to leap with you to the conclusion that everything in the state of this interconnected state should be a covered action by this body and subject to your regulatory authority.
Tim, I didn't say that.
That's why I agree with everything you said.
But on let's call it improved regional self-sufficiency.
Better.
I can't imagine a Delta plan on water reliability and ecosystem that doesn't have some relative expectations about both the upstream users and the export and Delta water area users in things like, are you maximizing the opportunities for conservation and for efficiencies and so on? I mean, I don't, I'm open on how to word it, but that is truly, of all the things the staff's come up with, that's the one that makes the most sense to me in terms of trying to balance a funnel through which much of our water supplies flow and an ecosystem that is extraordinarily valuable and damaged with the statewide needs. And I think it is a good planning principle to say, look, here are the major efforts or categories we know about to achieve results that assist. They don't solve the problems. They don't avoid, in my judgment, the necessities for facility improvements or ecosystem or any of the other things, but they help solve the problem. So I don't know, maybe the conversations would be useful in terms of some writing, Joe, broadening beyond that to this whole question.
I think it would be useful. I think the real key issue, at least in the staff draft, was if somebody in, pick my area in the Inland Empire, says we're gonna go acquire water, bypass Met, forget Met, do something independently, and we're gonna do that, and we're not gonna do recycled water, we're not gonna do any of the other alternatives. How does somebody say, hey, that's not appropriate? How does somebody say that doesn't meet the standards of the co-equal goal and that you as a local agency, and I know you guys tell me that every agency that you know of is doing it right, but I can tell you that there are exporters today who have integrated regional plans on the web that say our plan is to increase exports and to increase our dependence on the Delta. And I think that's inconsistent with what the legislature said, and somehow in the plan we have to say, at least I think, as a staff, and I obviously report to the council, I think we have to say that's not what the legislature intended.
I think you have to look at how did they come to that conclusion. Was it a rational basis, or was just we just don't want to be bothered with recycling and conservation, then this is cheaper, we think? Or did they go through the IWRM process in an honest way and look at economics, environmental impacts, ability of the community to pay, the integration of those resources to come up with that decision? If they did that, they're pretty unlikely to have come up with the decision you posited as an extreme. So it's it can go a little further than you just need to look at these tactics. How do you integrate them? What's the decision process in doing that? What values do you put on it? And I don't have any problem at all with this plan saying promotionally you need to look at environmental impacts at both ends of the system. You need to look at impact economics in the system, and you make the optimal decision.
Yeah, Byron, I want to go back to something Hank said, what I thought was important. We were not given money to distribute to people. If we had money to distribute, we'd be having a much different and much more focused conversation. Might still be all of us hyperventilating, but it would be focused. But we are obligated and are struggling with how to produce a financing scheme, not just for our operation, but really for this Delta plan, the policies, not the mechanics. Forget the mechanics. And one of the things that's always occurred to me is that the legislature ought to start making broad categorical decisions on what we know will probably be fewer and less frequent bond issues. But still there will be, over the next 90 years, bond issues for the state and so on. And part of me thinks that it would minimize some of the political commotion in a bond issue if this concept of regional self-sufficiency became, I'm just making this up, the 1/3 of bond issues for the next 50 years. Or something like that, a way of trying to get to the resources that are necessary both for locals and for the state to achieve results.
For what it's worth, that's just about what the
I know
in November 2012.
I know that, but in terms of dealing with the local agencies, there's a bill in the legislature to knock down the size of the bond. There's all kind of, you guys are involved in those discussions. We're not, but some notion of using this concept of improved regional self-sufficiency as the driver of that bond policy, consciously and deliberately, not the way it's my experience and Pat's experience is everybody presented their favorite list. The powerful politicians got to add 2 items to the list, and at the end we all called it a policy. Well, it may wind up all being perfectly legitimate, but it's not a coherent policy for states or regions, although it largely helps with individual projects that folks are interested in. As you think through this and talk to Joe and the staff, give some thought to if there isn't a structure on future state bond obligations that might fit a programmatic agreement. Maybe it uses the co-equal goals. I don't quite know. But thematically, I think this self-sufficiency stuff is pretty important. I think it was pretty important 15 years ago when DWR began talking about it, and you guys signed up on it. But it's got to have a clearer structure. It's got to have a process, because then it becomes attractive. It becomes part of a program that we're using to achieve the co-equal goals. To me, that's the attraction of it.
Can I just offer a thought on that?
Yes, sir.
Can't help but be struck by this conversation. I mean, I think what you just said, I think, makes a perfect sense. I guess I would just go back to the same question, though, that we were at. This is a Delta Stewardship Council developing a Delta plan. While we're off having this conversation about what is going on out in the respective regions, we're not talking about the Delta. The legislature, we can all argue on what they did and didn't do in the legislative package, but presumably they were filling a void because people felt like there was not a strong enough coordinating role in the Delta itself. And that was presumably why this body arose. And it just feels to me like we ought to focus on that effort a little bit more. And although this discussion around regional self-sufficiency, I mean, you're in my wheelhouse. I mean, I'm right there with you. I'll talk about this all day long. I guess I'm just still not clear why this is the body in the state of California that is putting so much energy into that when you have a huge task ahead of you in putting together a Delta plan.
On or before January 1, 2012, the Council shall develop, adopt, and commence implementation of the Delta plan pursuant to this part that furthers the co-equal goals. I'm sorry. I mean, the uniqueness of the Delta and the Delta ecosystem are part of those co-equal goals, but so's water reliability for California. Now, I mean, look, if I had my own policy preferences, I'd really have mean regulations. I mean, with all due respect, this is pretty constrained. A Phil Eisenberg regulation on groundwater would perhaps be much more focused, much more clear, and much more direct. But Mr. Fiorini has been putting the heavy arm of responsible governance on me, and I actually read the statute, and with all, and I've done this for a long time, almost all of us have, this is hardly a revolutionary document. I wish it were more, but the legislature gave us. We are obviously, I am obviously, trying to honor the legislation to the extent it is humanly possible and make sense of the water debate. And I'm stuck with a statewide perspective because that's what the state legislature passed. And that is not the same thing as saying, although it would be interesting, we don't have the authority to regulate NACWA's internal accounting budget. Although, God, if you want to give us that authority, we'd do it in a minute. I mean, it just...
So you're going to give me assurances that's not in draft 3?
No, now that you've asked that question, let's put it in draft 3.
It is a statewide plan. It has to be a statewide plan, but it's a statewide plan that gave you the authority to make covered actions in the Delta, to try and focus you on the Delta as part of that statewide plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we have to define covered actions as the statute tells us to do it, not as how we prefer it. You don't want me... trust me, you don't want me making up a definition of covered action. You want to, Tim, trust me on this one. You want to say, well, yes, Phil, I agree that you can only do what the statute says. Unless you want to say, gee, Phil, you can do whatever you want.
I've found when I don't know when your next response is going to be, the best thing to do is not respond.
One final point, Mr. Chairman, if I will.
Yes, sir.
Just kind of an illustrative example of how and what we're looking for the council to be an integrator rather than a regulator and how that can help. And this is an example that comes from personal experience. My first 10 years of my life, I was a regulator. and had the permit system for the Harbor District in Long Beach. And when I came in, we had a mess. We had CEQA was fairly new. We had the Coastal Act just passed. We had local land use permitting issues. We had harbor development permitting issues. We had 4 permit processes. The community there was going crazy. It was a mess. What we did, my watch, was bring that all together into one application, one integrated decision process where it was one permit that said this is the authority under CEQA, Coastal Act, Harbor Development Permit, City Land Use. We're looking for that kind of energy to integrate the regulatory processes within the Delta. There is none of that in the second draft plan. That is something you can really help do. The example on the earlier panel of bringing the agencies together, Greg Gartrell's example of bringing them into the same room to do it once, as well as talking about what are the broad themes we need to do in the Delta, could be a huge improvement. The 200 agencies that are out there being sort of a ringleader and getting them together on the same room and the same page on a consistent basis, consistent with the policies that are in plan, would be a huge improvement.
I will defer to Supervisor Natoli, but I don't believe that the locals view us as their ringleader.
For anybody that's got a development in the Delta one way or the other, though, that role, I think, would be welcomed by all, that you've got one-stop shopping to the degree you can make it happen, and the integration of all the policies in one place, instead of the sequential do-loop that we end up with where we never get decisions made.
Hey, Delta Vision made some recommendations that the legislature go farther and start going in that direction, and they for a whole host of reasons, they didn't. There's a nudge in that direction. It's never as far as people want it to go, but it's only a nudge. I don't want to exaggerate the issue. I think, frankly, the development of the Conservancy, and once they start to manage some land, may be as productive of a limited improvement in relationship in the Delta as anything else. I could be wrong, but that's my hunch. Anyway. Let's get other questions. Ms. Gray. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Thank you. Just some comments. I think this has been an excellent discussion, debate. I think it's something that needs to happen because there's so many important issues. I know there's a difference between the model that was reflected in the second draft, and frankly, I think the model was designed to get reaction, especially at this stage of the game, if you will, in terms of developing the plan. The model that is presented by the panel today, I think, can be a hybrid. I mean, I think both models can come together, kind of going back to what Hank has said. And I think it's important that the council staff work with key stakeholders because you have some very strong positions. I think there can be some aspirational goals, which I think Randy mentioned. And frankly, I think that Ms. Marcus kind of coined that phrase, aspirational goals. And I think that can be included. And also there may be a time where there have to be some very specific things that have to happen. So my hope is that whatever the model can be, can reflect whatever it takes to get things done and whatever things are already being done. And there are some good things that are going on out there. And I think the plan should acknowledge those things and how we can help to improve upon those things that need to be done. And so I just hope that we come together as stakeholders, people who are very important to what happens to the Delta, and also the council's role in bringing that all together to meet those co-equal goals. So I think we can have a hybrid model, not the model that's always regulatory, but also being very specific about things that need to be done and recognizing those good things that are already being done. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to have some folks who want to talk to us after this. Mr. Zuckerman had the first thing in. There's some other coming forward. I don't know if you want to hang around for a minute or not. Punishment for your sins and your good behavior.
Sure. Thank you very much for allowing us to come before you. I think we really do support an endpoint where we're all thinking it's a good product.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to be clear, so then out of this, the panelists and or others will be meeting with staff to talk about alternative approach?
Yeah, the written stuff focused on this policy 2 in the self-sufficiency stuff, and that was our first agreement. The second is both Tim and Byron raised the issue on facilities, and I then joined in and said, you can't tell us just to ignore the appellate role, figure out what's there. We have to argue about that. Right. But we knew that's going to happen anyway, and hopefully that's part of the same discussion. See if you guys can come up with something.
I think the third thing was to talk about incentives.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, you're right. That relates back to the locked room, Mr. Glick and Mr. Fiorini, among other elements.
Because as I gathered from some of the background, both the letter as well as the comments, not just from this panel but others, that kind of embedded throughout the theme of the plan itself, the regulatory overtone, the covered actions, obviously that's a key piece, but incentives, as Joe just said, but I think that, kind of the overall approach, and whether it's one of, encouragement, respect, support, with some, obviously, authority to enforce, obviously point out in legislation, but that you're looking at, in other panelists, I think, as Randy very aptly said this a little earlier, that I think that's kind of the common theme we heard from panelists, different approaches, different themes of the plan. So I guess I'm just trying to get some sense about that, and whether it's the three of you or the more than 15 or 20 panelists that we saw over the last 2 days and others, how that conversation, because there are some common themes, I think, that as to maybe on the approach and still have a meaningful and a plan that has the enforceability in those areas where this council ultimately would decide that that's appropriate. But there's obviously a good deal of work, and a third draft is 1 week away from being released, and so I don't know how that gets taken into account. But I guess by the time the fourth draft gets to this body,
let's do this. Let's get the public testimony. Then we're going to do a discussion ourselves briefly on comment suggestions. We'll go over this ground once again to make sure. So, Joe, if you put together notes that occur to you, so we can summarize on the third draft. Okay. I'm sorry, Randy, excuse me.
I have just one clarifying question. Tim, you mentioned the movement from the Delta Vision Plan to this work, and you cited 5 key points. I want to make sure I got those right. Conveyance, storage, conservation, habitat, and incentive-based approach?
No, don't leave out protect the interest in the Delta. That was my third point, actually.
The third point?
I'm a three-legged stool guy.
Give them to me again, so I got them.
Conveyance solutions, storage, both of those operated for co-equal goals, protect interests in the Delta, local resource development, and ecosystem habitat investments, and again, with an overarching overall of it, to the maximum degree possible, rely on incentive-based tools, because you'll get it done faster, quicker, better.
Okay, thanks.
Habitat ecosystem, because he goes forward too. Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Zuckerman. Why don't you grab, any of these mics seem to be working, so whichever one you prefer.
Let me grab Tim's, since I want to pick on him a little bit.
Yeah.
You just don't talk to me anymore, Tim. I'm Tom Zuckerman. I'm here representing Delta interests, specifically the Central Delta and the South Delta, normally. First of all, I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that I did respond to your request by letter, and I don't know how widely you're distributing that.
We got 2 letters. One, there was a drafting correction you made the second time around. I think both have been posted on the website already. Council members got copies of the electronic copies of that letter. Those letters, excuse me.
Well, I hope you found it useful.
Yes.
A couple of things in case Tim wants to leave. I think what keeps happening from a sense of historical perspective is there are certain interests in the state that keep wanting to float the idea of a delta conveyance, a peripheral canal. And it started coming up a long time ago. I was certainly involved in every version of that since the late 70s and the referendum. And we've had it coming up, and usually in some format that's been suggested by the water export community. You were the chair of the last effort that was, I think, intended to produce the peripheral canal on a silver platter. And what keeps happening is that there is significant controversy, dispute, and a growing degree of skepticism as to whether this is the be-all and end-all of solving California's water problems. And as soon as that skepticism begins to come to the fore, the people seek another forum to get a clearer endorsement of the project. And I think you're beginning to see that today and in the letters that were discussed and so forth. And I encourage you, as we did all during the Delta Vision process, to approach this issue on a common sense basis, which is to try to understand how much water is available in the Delta after meeting the reasonable needs and of the prior requirements there for both water use and ecosystem and the upstream uses, before you set your mind on what kind of a export conveyance or device or whatever is the reasonable way to do this. And it's an elusive concept. It's something that we encourage you to do, and we will continue to fight hard for that. I think you're aware that people in the Delta feel strongly on this subject. We engaged in every battle, and I don't think we're getting ready to pick up our spears and go home. So I would encourage you to, as you work with the representatives of the water export community who just appeared before you, as well, to begin to engage with people in the Delta to try to come up with some sort of a solution to these problems that don't sacrifice one part of the state to the benefit of another. Just a couple of other things that I wanted to mention to you. I was struck yesterday by the panel from the counties and some cities on some of the information that they brought to you, which seemed to be in conflict with the information that you quoted yesterday. And I talked to both Joe and Gwen and I hope you will look at that, because some of those numbers seem a little preposterous to me about the conversions of agricultural land to seemingly to development, which I don't think has taken place, and I don't think you can use anything close to that number for any kind of a trend, because we just don't see it happening. When Pat Johnston's bill to create the Delta Protection Commission went in, the cities fought that bill until certain areas were carved out in what became known as the secondary zone. And I guess the cities all had ideas at that time as to where their urban expansions would take place. I think those have probably, we've seen that now. Those were the lands that were the most readily developable because of flooding and other structural issues. And I don't think you're going to see a lot more of that. So get that straight before you overreact to that, if you will, please. The other thing that I found interesting out of the panels was the theme is that we want to continue to farm in the Delta, and that's true, that's accurate. And the requirements of farming in the Delta are, as expressed by Mr. Van Lobensel's and others, are rather simple. But if you can't supply water and water quality, flood control, the opportunity to drain, and some opportunity for entrepreneurial businessmen to shift their operations as the economy dictates, you will see farming go away. And I don't think that's in the spirit of what the legislature has asked you to do. So if you will please keep those items forefront of your mind, we would appreciate it. The other thing, and I just want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in another forum. There's been a lot of talk here about diversion measurement and trying to find out how much water people are using. That's a very difficult issue in the Delta. The particular piece of property that I own, or an owner of, for instance, has 9 different siphons on it. This is a farmed acreage of just under 1,000 acres. And that's typical. If you multiply this across the delta, there are literally thousands of individual diversion points. That's a difficult enough issue in itself in terms of trying to get measuring devices, get somebody to read them. All of the information needs to be consolidated somewhere. But you add to that that's only a portion of the water supply that we're using farming in the delta. A big portion of it comes through seepage. That's coming from the same source as the water that's siphoned onto the property. And everything that isn't used, and we don't have a lot of surface irrigation in the delta, it's mostly subsurface irrigation, does not get lost to the system. It goes right back into the river through the drainage pumps. And we struggle to keep the water table below the root zone in the crops, so there's no water being lost to the groundwater. So there are practical ways of measuring water consumption in the delta that don't put people out of business, and that is to do surveys of crops. We know what the consumptive use of the crops is in every instance. That information is being collected, and we can rather easily convert that into water use in the delta. We're talking to the State Board about that. Hopefully we'll have some success in it. But I just didn't want the opportunity to go by to say, oh, those people in the delta don't want to measure their diversions. It's not that. We're willing to report our consumptive uses, but it's very, very difficult and financially backbreaking to devise a system to develop information about all the water that's coming out of the river and subtracting that's going back in and trying to figure all that out.
Tom, I know you've got the discussions with the board, and there are 4 regulatory actions or investigations or something going on. We shouldn't try to get involved in that, and you have confidential discussions with them that we should not be a party to. But to the extent there's information that is public that could be shared about what's going on, I'd sure like to see it, and I think the staff would too, but consistent with the confidentiality.
No, we don't have any secrets on this.
Okay.
I mean, that's not the idea. It's
okay.
not. We're not telling you who our former mistresses were or something like that.
Let me write that down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zuckerman. Mr. Whitley, Contra Costa Council. Any of the microphones are on, so.
Mr. Chair and members of the council, my name is Bob Whitley. I'm an engineer with Whitley Birch & Associates with global headquarters in Walnut Creek. But today I'm here speaking on behalf of the Contra Costa Council, of which I'm a member of the board. I somewhat apologize for delivering a letter to you a couple hours ago with some comments from the Contra Costa Council, but primarily because at 8:30 this morning the Board of Directors of the Council adopted a policy statement regarding levies, and I'm here to present to you.
You told us this might be coming, but the board was meeting, I guess, this morning to debate it.
And so it has happened. And it is all about protection of the Delta. So this is a Delta-centered comment that I'm going to make. And first of all, let me be clear that I am not challenging your authority to do what you need to do. But I will be urging you to take a little broader perspective on levies than what has been reflected in the earlier drafts. And I understand draft number 3 is probably prepared and it may be premature, but certainly as you move forward over the next couple of months, I'd like you to seriously consider our council's recommendations and policy.
Did you finally resolve the Bethel Island refusal to vote for self-assessment on flood protection, which I was pressing you about the other day? No, I'm teasing you.
No, that's fine. I mean, because the Bethel Island is the poster child of the problem. Bethel Island is out of money. They're laying off staff. They recognize that their levee system is not protective of the residential properties, and there is diversion within the community as to whether they should tax themselves to improve the levee system. If there is ever a poster child of defining what the problem is in the Delta, look to Bethel Island. And but I would say that with the adoption of the Contra Costa Council's policy statement at an appropriate time, the council would be advocating for that local community to tax itself to make the protections. And what's different today is I am now speaking as to our board of directors' viewpoint, not just Bob's viewpoint. And put it in perspective, the action this morning was at a board of directors level of about 50 individuals, representing the social economic structure of Contra Costa County, which is probably very similar to any other community. I mean, it's bankers, lawyers, educators, healthcare providers, consultants, developers.
Engineers. Engineers.
And a couple engineers, token engineers. But it's mostly the, if you will, the social economic leadership of the county, including elected officials, nonprofits, arts, and this policy statement was adopted unanimously. And the premise is that the levee system is the structural framework of the Delta. Without the levees, all the other discussions kind of pale, because it affects water supply movement, it affects the flood routing, it affects the water quality, it's the hydrodynamics, it's the physical topographic feature. And so the levees define the situation for which you've spent hours and decades debating about. But the levees have been neglected. Some will argue that point, but they are, and you've received testimony from many academics about the structural integrity of the levees, and therefore our statement, our conclusion is that the levee system is fragile. And they could fail from any number, at any location, for several different reasons. It could be localized dry weather conditions. It could be a flood event, which may occur. I mean, I have to admire the flood managers that are hard at work over the next couple months of how to route waters out of the watershed and through the Delta and out to the bay. Or it could be the catastrophic failure by seismic events. Any one of those could cause a flooding situation on any one of the 65 islands. It's just not, we can't predict it. The flood event might be predictable because as they've watched water levels, but the other two is not predictable. And the other recognition is that at this time there is not the likelihood, well, there doesn't exist sufficient funding, whether it's from public or private enterprise, to build a robust levee system to the standards that are necessary. Now, someday there may be more funding available, but in the meantime, the reality is that the Delta is subject to the risk of a failure or more failures at some point in time that we're living with. And to deny that is just inappropriate, unacceptable, and so I'm here to urge your council to step up the leadership of what you put into Chapter 7 as to what is the Delta Plan. So my particular view is that you have the opportunity for the first time to speak for all 5 counties and all 65 islands, and therefore to provide the framework for what to do about the levees. I also recognize your challenge, the debate, the difficulty that you will have in this version of the Delta Plan to grapple with the big issues. But I certainly would urge you to take on a more definitive statement as to what to do about the levees, and maybe lay the framework for an action plan over the next 3-4 years to fill in the details. But if you don't lay out the framework, then that gets postponed. I start with, I mean, you asked the question a while ago, and I thought about it. Well, what are the interests are reflected in them on the levees? Well, certainly there is a federal interest. The waters flowing through the Delta are navigable waters. Federal government and agencies all interact with the fact that our navigable waters, whether it's through commerce or whether it's through the Endangered Species Act. So there's definitely a federal interest as to what's happening with the water side of the levees. Likewise, there's a state interest. I already mentioned flood routing and flood control for the entire watershed flows through the Delta, through the channels that are defined by the levees, as well as the fact that they are waters of the state, even though some people would think differently. They are defined legally as waters of the state and regulated as such. And then, of course, there's the private interest, or maybe even public interest, on the land side of the levees. And each island or land tract has a different combination of whether it's state or private or public interest. There are some islands that might be 100% state interest. There are other islands that may not have such a degree. I don't know what the formula should be, but I do have concluded that there are probably 65 formulas as to what the interest should be for each and every land tract, depending upon what the use of the land and how the water side of it is being conveyed. The letter that we submitted contains 8 points that I'd like to submit for your consideration to be included in Chapter 7. And as an outline, the framework, and then, like I say, develop the...
We don't have it on our desk. I think you brought only one copy. That we've got two copies, and we'll copy and we will email. Well, first of all, we'll post it on the web as soon as we can, no later than Monday, and then we'll send copies immediately to the council.
Right. But let me just I'll highlight them a little bit, and then be willing to share with any ideas that come from this. The first is one that's already been under consideration, and that is emergency planning in preparation for any given flood event on one or more islands at a time. And that implicit in that is that the Delta plan should be gauged upon interaction with the 5 Delta counties. It's not just a state plan. The Delta counties have to be, and their emergency response programs have to be integral to it. Our particular view is that it should be a common emergency plan and that is effective in all 5 counties as best it can be. Because in a flood event or a risk event, the response may be the public or those who are impacted by it may not know the differences to where they are located. So a common theme of emergency planning involving this the state and the 5 counties. I don't want to go, there's a number of them, but it's basically those common sense kind of approaches to emergency planning and make it common for state as well, and that you have the opportunity to lay that out, right, to provide the incentives or the outline as to far as going. The second point is public education, public awareness. Certainly the discussions within Contra Costa County center on the fact is how many does people really understand what the risk is, given the fact that there may be a belief that this is a fail-safe system that's out there. And so, like other types of disasters that occur worldwide or in California, having a coordinated common public education system in place for the 5 counties in the Delta would be worthwhile. This is April. There's an earthquake awareness month because of the 1906 earthquake. And so very much of an industry has developed about how to go about informing the general public about earthquake awareness. If we go up in the Sierras, there's a wildfire public education program that's pretty common in the mountains, so that as any visitor is aware of the risk of wildfire, I submit that the same type of programs could be put together for the 5 Delta County and all the 65 islands. The third point is a coordinated failure event response. That's probably pretty common. I think the Office of Emergency Services of each of the counties and the state probably have a pretty good system, but our inquiries to what happens is pretty elementary and not as well coordinated as what I received. One comment that in Contra Costa County, the reclamation districts, of course, are the main focal point of any type of event. They call for assistance, and the response is, well, here's a telephone number you can call. Look it up in your Yellow Pages. I think that that's not necessarily an appropriate level of event response. The next point is to have an objective and public triage process as to, after an event, as to how you go about after the recovery, the immediate 4 or 5 days of recovering people, livestock, and trying to minimize the damage. What are the next steps to rebuilding? How much should be rebuilt? What type of facilities are actually being impacted? Is it an aqueduct? Is it a rail line? Is it a state highway? What has been impacted, and then what is the effort that would need to take place to do that rebuilding? And some would even question, well, should the levee be reconstructed per se? I think an objective process based upon the facilities, the importance, the vitalness of what has happened in a flood zone needs to be brought forth and not left to some pressure points to a highly elected official in a very political way. Is what are the interests of all interests of the region, of the state, of the federal government to go into the decision making as to what should be rebuilt, and what funding comes from that. We are also saying that it should be a public-private partnership. It's not just left to the state. There are obviously other utilities, other institutions that are impacted, and that an effort should be made is to have a coordinated effort to identify how the effort would undertake to rebuild and to get the system. Case in point might be Union Pacific Railroad has a main transcontinental line across the Delta.
We are thinking of ways in the Delta Plan to encourage that. We can't regulate it directly.
And we're very supportive of it in whatever influence that we can within our membership. That's the purpose of that particular point. Levee capital improvements, we do think that this is a parallel activity. It's not just flood risk, but there also has to be strategic improvements. We've outlined ways to approach levee improvements and primarily look towards a prioritization system based upon risk management. If there's a levee failure, what is the risk of consequential damages and impact on the region? That there are tools available where that could be useful to identify where you get, for the limited amount of money, where you get the best result as far as reducing risk. Okay. We also concur with the beneficiary pays principle, and in this particular case, 65 islands might have different formulas. We're not haven't developed the particular approach other than we're very supportive of starting to work on the legal authorities so that can be accomplished, whatever that might, and it may mean legislation, and we'd be supportive of those efforts to go forward to define the authorities of how that would work. And then finally, as I've indicated, after any particular event, that a body take a look at and do the fact-finding as to what happened, what was right, what was wrong on particular response. And I've suggested in the past that you could begin with the Jones Tract failures.
I think we gave you a copy of the draft follow-up, or mentioned it, the draft follow-up to that. There was a DWR report. Oh, Joe, do you remember the title? I don't remember the title. Post-Jones Tract.
Yes, I know that there was one, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll try to get to that.
But I think that as a public process, that there should be that recapping of after an event as to what.
Okay.
So those are our points. It's in the letter, and we do encourage you to give some serious consideration of putting those in Chapter 7.
Thank you, Mr.
For
Webber.
future drafts. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir. Ms. Kincaid, San Joaquin River Group Authority.
Valerie Kincaid, San Joaquin River Group Authority. I'll try to be quick and to the point. I do want to say that the River Group supports the comments that Tim, Byron, and David made. I'm going to give you just a quick background on how we came to contribute and sign the letter, and then I'm going to request that the council members review some of the legislation, and I'll get into that in a minute. In case the letter wasn't clear, the River Group does think the second draft is outside the council's authority provided by the statute.
We thought it was clear in the letter, but if you want to say it again, that's okay.
I'll say it again if you'd like.
You just did.
I did. No, it's Groundhog Day a little bit. And backing up to how we contributed and signed on to this letter, we obviously reviewed the second draft. We went back after talking to some council members, after speaking to this group. We were prepared to make substantive comments and provide direction. And we just frankly kept running into the issue of authority, and it wouldn't leave us alone. We spoke to our policy folks. We had a number of policy level discussions about actions taken in the second plan. One in particular that was, I think, highlighted the issue was the first policy in Chapter 4, which is the State Water Board's charge to implement new water quality measures by 2014. In the discussion with our policy folks on that, they continued to question us on how it was that could be a charge of the council. And in our explanation of the covered actions, we just again realized that the authority to regulate was an issue we couldn't get around. So instead of providing substantive responses that we felt would be rewriting the plan in total, we felt like this was a good opportunity, and the time was ripe before the third draft came out to let you know that we thought reworking the process was necessary. So it's not for lack of trying. It's not for wanting to nitpick. I think it's a substantial and a policy issue we couldn't get past. In the number of times that we had these discussions and the review of the Delta Reform Act, it came to my mind that it might be a good idea if council members have not reviewed Water Code 85300, which is the specific charge of the Delta plan, to go back and review that specific legislation. And similar to a lot of the discussion we've had today, and frankly, it's not a new discussion. Richard Roos Collins made a great presentation back in March on the same issues. It talks about collaboration. It talks about synthesis. It talks about coordinating efforts. It uses the words promote. It uses the word measures. It never uses the words regulate. It never uses the words require. It simply does not talk in those terms. Outside of that provision, we all know there's a covered action provision. But I would submit to the council that that is putting the cart before the horse. A covered action is required to review consistency with the Delta plan. To try to draft a Delta plan to attempt to predict all covered actions that may happen is, like I said, putting the cart before the horse. But we've got to come up with a plan that's collaborative, that's synthesizing, that's helpful, that moves the ball forward, and then the covered actions come after that. And you do make a consistency determination. But I would submit that the council is going to be around for a long time. It's not just a council that's put in place to create the Delta plan. That's one of your primary duties because you're the first council. But I would submit that drafting the Delta Plan is a very specific regulatory act and under 85-300, and you've really, I would say, got to go back to that language and look at it and read it and reassess your charge. I know that previous panel spoke about a business model. I think that business model has to be informed by the charge provided in the Delta Reform Act. It's just got to be, and I think it's a great idea to get together with stakeholders. I know Ms. Grays and Mr. Nordoff talked about like a hybrid plan, and I think that's a terrific idea, and I think that will actually move the ball forward volumes. But I do think that obviously has to be based on the Delta Reform Act. It can't be based on anything else.
I probably shouldn't do it, but I can't resist it. I assume you do agree the San Joaquin River flows into the Delta.
I do.
And that the flows in the San Joaquin River have been substantially reduced from the historic flows in California over time.
Yes, I would agree.
Even
with that.
dramatically reduced. And that the flow that remains and comes into the Delta is heavily laden with salt and other toxic problems that complicate the water quality in the San Joaquin River and thus in the Delta when it arrives.
I'm not going to probably buy off on all of that, but
You mean it doesn't have salt in it?
No,
it doesn't have toxics in it? It has not been...
It does, and not to avoid the question, but from my point of view, I'm not saying that you don't have a very huge task in front of you that involves, at times, a statewide purview. My point is very narrow. It's very, unfortunately, boringly legal. It's on Water Code 85-300, and it simply tells you from the get-go, from the start, work with state agencies, work with local agencies, work with federal agencies. That is your charge.
And these, 11 months of meetings and discussions and visits and site tours and arguments have not been consultation?
No, I think they have been, but I guess from my perspective, and other folks have touched on this, again, Byron did a good job on talking about this. Mr. Gartrell talked about it a lot. I think Ms. Ingram spoke on it yesterday. Richard Roos Collins has made a very impressive presentation to the board back in March about synthesis and about collaboration. And I think that I'm not saying it hasn't been done. What I'm saying is the second draft departs from that, and we've got to get back to it.
Okay.
Thank you
very much. Mr. Koutras for the counties. There he is.
Thank you, members of the council. I wanted to make a few comments, but also overall, thank you for taking the time to have these workshops over the last couple of days. I think they've been, at least for me, I won't use the word violent, but I think they've been informative. I think they've been instructive.
What is it, Felicia's and Randy's line, violent agreement or something like that?
That's right. But I do think they have outlined some of the major issues. I, again, am here to offer caution and how you handle and discuss the BDCP issue. I was fine with the panel discussion, wanted to engage the panel members with your staff in terms of working on incentives, looking at the approach. How can you fashion, following Ms. Gray's discussion, how can you fashion maybe a hybrid approach to this? But you morphed it into a discussion then of BDCP. And having, again, you acknowledge, Mr. Chair, your dual role.
Actually, it's a tripart role because we're a responsible agency under
there you go.
The Environmental Quality Act, obligated to comment on the BDCP.
And I will again go back to, for the Delta counties, a pretty miserable time in the discussion of your review standard for the BDCP. You did take action to limit your scope of review when you do receive the BDCP. And so I'm very nervous here and want to offer caution about the conversation that you're going to have, that you are not and should not be the enabler of that project. That project is got its own process. There's a deputy resources secretary, and the new administration is responsible for marshaling that. He has made some dramatic outreach efforts. Are they satisfactory yet? Well, hell no. But are they better than they have been? Yes. But for you to engage and give a roadmap or a blueprint to have BDCP come to fruition at this juncture, I think is premature, and I would caution you about that. Everyone's dancing around and saying there's no project. The Deputy Resources Secretary says there's no project definition. We hear from the state and federal water contractors there's no project definition. But everybody says move the intakes, it has to be 15,000 CFS, and the problems will be solved.
Well, not everyone says that.
Everyone who wants the project.
Oh, well, yes.
Okay. The project that doesn't exist. And so I just offering caution there, and would again urge that you be very, very cognizant of that role.
We intend to be.
Thank you. Secondly, I wanted to again, this is part of definitions as we move through this. Obviously, you are going to be confronted with lots of dynamic tension, different viewpoints from different parties, and you have, I've told you previously, there are days I actually feel sorry for the council, and there are days that I'm quite hostile about the council. But, you do have a lot of things coming at you. One of the things that I think is important to remember is that the term water reliability, for some, they translate water reliability to mean more. And I think, again, a caution. As we're developing the plan, I don't see anywhere in the guidance and how this legislation was put together that water reliability means more. And we hear the flow standard effort, the review of flow standards get dismissed out of hand, that's a problem. I think when we all look at this, the big picture, we're all going to have to make some compromises as this moves along. And I know that compromise is not in vogue these days, that we're not supposed to do that anymore. But I think that's going to happen here. And one of those issues is over water reliability. It doesn't mean more. The Delta is dying. It needs an appropriate flow. And that may mean that there may not be as many exports that people believe should be coming out of it. So I appreciate the opportunity to make these points with you. Again, thank you for the panels the last couple of days, especially for your indulgence for the county and city panel. We very much appreciated that opportunity. So, good. Thank you.
Pat. Well, I don't see a light, so grab Gloria's mic there. A minute. There you go.
It just makes me think of it while you're here, Pete. Are we going to do an additional panel in a workshop format or in a regular meeting with the other local government representatives?
The cities?
Particularly the cities.
Our plan is to bring the cities in at either the next meeting or the next workshop.
Okay. Like the city of Tracy is here, and not for now, but that would be...
That is
good.
The plan.
So that's... Yep. Okay, great.
We have, as part of our Delta Counties Coalition effort, we are sending our own letter out to all the cities and counties and saying, hey, pay attention to what's going on here. Now, we have our own perspective on what's going on, but we're also alerting them that we think they ought to be paying attention here.
Maybe a piece here, I might also, maybe, when this is posted for posterity, today's session, we could have some shots, just some still shots of everyone who has Tim Quinn's name in front of them, and then we could say, who's the real Tim Quinn?
Will the real Tim Quinn please stand up?
Well, as long as I'm speaking for Tim, there's other things I'd like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Koutras. Okay, any other blue slip? Okay, anyone else like to talk to us on this? Okay, let's repeat the thing. We've got the instructions to Joe to have the discussion on the what I guess I have tentatively marked as the improved regional self-reliance or whatever in the Dickens. Yeah, improved. That it may not be the word, but Byron's point was it implies, I don't think it does, but he says the title implies 100% reliance. That could be straightened out. In addition, discussions on how to structure this, it's pretty clear the council would like to see some changes, but and if you want to present an alternative that's non-regulatory, we could debate that too. That's up to you, Joe.
Okay.
And then we had that. Then we had the discussion on facilities, and that discussion with Mr. Quinn and Mr. Buck about why we didn't say everything in the Delta plan about facilities led Mr. Koutras to caution us not to say anything about the facilities except they should be delayed forever or whatever. Okay. All of which is a useful reminder that we are a responsible agency required to comment. We are a Delta plan developer and implementer, and we are a potential appellate body. Mr. Stevens, don't screw this one up.
Duly noted. Thank you.
It's actually a very difficult 3 roles to play. I don't know quite how to deal with it yet, and we're going to do the best we can on that. Then there was, oh gosh, Randy, the locked room or telephone conversation of Dr. Glick and Mr. Fiorini on options, incentives. I think was the title. Would be useful. You guys may have some ideas, not just limited to agriculture, but other things. Look at his face. Just look at his face. Okay. What else, Joe? You were developing your own list.
I have a couple other things here that I think one of the things that is consistent from I think both days was that making sure that if we're going to have some requirement, we try and make it straightforward, easy. If we can fit it into another regulatory requirement, we should try and do that.
A report
or something like that. So we need to make the process, whatever we do, easier to document and implement, that we need to try and be more focused, limit the scope. And I think when it first came out, I told the council, a lot of this stuff is way beyond where I think we can end up. It just doesn't work. So I heard that again, kind of said in different ways by different people. Limit the scope so that it's really focused on what you're trying to accomplish.
Which is why you got down to that NAMBY-PAMBY recommendation on groundwater?
I don't think.
Okay. Ms. Gray.
You may have already said this, Mr. Chair, but to encourage everyone to present language, suggested language.
Yeah,
it's important.
that is worth reminding people. I understand. Patrick and I were in the legislature where there was a rule that would be applied occasionally, and it's never amend a bad bill. That is, if there's a bill you don't like, never change it so it might be better for fear it might actually pass. So the powerful Ms. Cole from the Metropolitan Water District running their Sacramento office is sitting back there nodding her head. That is also a guarantee that nothing ever happens in life, and the legislative process is always a process of accommodation and adjustment. And there's a point at which you can't truly frame issues unless you have alternative language. And I understand the politics of saying I'm not going to be engaged, but Ms. Gray's made a very important point. We can understand issues more clearly, as we did with Mr. Buck's draft language, which came this morning. The suggestion, the criticisms were more clear, and the alternatives were at least more obvious, which is extraordinarily valuable to us. So I join you, Ms. Gray, in urging all the parties to submit suggested language. Okay, what else? This is the place for suggestions, ideas. I detect a Fiorini memo. Notes, anyway.
I mean, I have notes covering many different pages, and I actually wrote notes in my draft of the second version of the
Let's
Delta
go through
plan.
Randy's next, and then we'll raise questions so everybody can weigh in with ideas and suggestions.
So what I was trying to do is when people said something about a section of the plan, I'd write the notes in there.
Yeah,
but I have previous notes in there. So
At the risk of violating the principle of the mind can only absorb what the seat can withstand, I think that to maximize the benefit of the 5 panels is to provide some summary thoughts so that you, the interested participants and observers of this process, hear what I have heard. And what I'd like to do is recount just some of the highlights that I've gleaned from the comments that we've received. First, the global comments. One, we have a limited regulatory authority, and many have expressed a concern about that. That a regional approach that is incentive-based and can be measurable is the best approach. Whatever we devise in the Delta Plan must be clear and implementable. Our role is to synthesize and bring together the mandates that are set forth in the legislation. As a matter of perspective, and this is maybe more me than what you've said, but there are a number of successes that have occurred over the last 20 years that in the plan as examples should be listed to help people understand in real terms what we're talking about and what it looks like in the real world. We recognize, and the plan should identify the need for better information, should recognize that there will be limited funds available going forward, that sustainability does not mean rigidity, that it's an adaptive plan, that we need to coordinate with local agencies and counties, and that is essential to success, that it needs to be a comprehensive plan, that there are no silver bullets that are going to lead to success, that there needs to be a carryover from the Delta Vision process that is consistent and identifies the 5 areas that the Delta Vision process identified as key: conveyance, storage, habitat and ecosystem restoration, protecting the interests of the Delta, and incentive-based. Now, here's what I've concluded the Delta Plan ought to look like. I mentioned earlier that I think that there's confusion over the comments that we have made either in the Delta Plan or in our discussions about statewide regulation. And I think the way to assuage some of the fears is to differentiate between the primary planning area, the legal delta in Sassoon Bay, and the secondary planning area. Within the Delta Plan, I think we ought to talk about the directives that are in whole or in part in the Delta that will become covered actions, and be very specific about that. I think we need to recite the legislative directives in the Delta Plan that refer directly to the legal Delta. We need to embrace what we talked about yesterday, and Cliff was real clear about this, that functionality means a landscape-based approach that's phased in implementation, that is evaluated as time goes on and adapted based on what we've learned. I think that needs to be an integral part of the co-equal goals as it relates to activities in the Delta. And I think we need to recognize that this is a living plan. On January 1st of 2012, when we present whatever we present, that's not the end of it. That's just the beginning. And that at least every 5 years, we're going to be reviewing this. So we already know we're not going to include everything by the end of this year, but we need to recognize that this goes well beyond January 1, 2012, and we need to take a 25, a 50, a 90-year look, as staff has already indicated in some of the planning. Now, in the secondary planning area, I think it's important to recite the legislative directives that we've been given and to identify the responsible agencies that are in charge of those particular issues or initiatives. And then I think it's within our purview to outline what we would recommend as steps moving forward that those agencies ought to incorporate to help them achieve the statewide goals that are set forth in legislation. We need to emphasize the importance of outlining these with measurable objectives. Goals and visions and so on without a measurable objective is meaningless. So, and then finally, an emphasis on regional planning needs to be an integral part of this, and I think we need to tap into and build upon the existing integrated regional water management plans that have accomplished some good things, and ask them to add to that how their activities will contribute to the co-equal goals. That's what I've heard in the last day and a half, and I will provide this, Gwen, to you as a summary of my thoughts as one council member as to what I'd like to see. If it's too late to get it into the third draft, at least by the fourth draft.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go around the table and see if there are any other suggestions. Hank, did you have any? Okay. Pat?
There you go.
I hear the water exports saying that reliability means more water than has recently been available in the state water project. And I think that was raised either by Tom Zuckerman or by Pete Kudras. So when we return to it, I think, what the expectations are for reliability are part of our ongoing issue. And I found the debate interesting, but essentially not satisfying on how much information is enough and at what time about the water that is used, particularly the groundwater. I think the people who presented are constrained by their constituents, their clients, and it was acknowledged that part of that is a political issue. So I understand that, but I don't think that can be the basis for our determining how to view reliability of water, reliability to supplement what other regional supplies. So knowing how water is currently used is important. Information has power, and so we get differing responses to how much information ought to be provided and when. But I'm of a view that information should be maximized rather than simply incrementally improved over time on a voluntary basis. And that would be with regard to water quality as well. But I did learn that it's complicated how, so I think in Contra Costa, overlying jurisdictions, or in North Sacramento, and probably many other places in the state, and how to count water on a delta island, as was explained. I don't want to minimize the complexity of it, but our goal should be requiring maximum information so that surface water at whatever level can be considered with other sources. I've also left with the increasing evidence that we who live in the north don't take seriously efficiency and conservation compared to many of our colleagues in the south, and I think we heard some evidence of that. That's probably well known to everybody, but it's not generally the opinion of everybody. So to the extent that people get elected locally or serve local agencies or just live in this area, the perceptions about water use, particularly in Southern California, are often at odds with the facts. How we approach that, I'm not sure, but there's an educational role here that I would hope the council could present. So Randy correctly said we ought to point out successes, and that applies across the board, but a accurate
report on water use, both urban and agriculture, and some effort down the road to figure out how we collectively communicate that, I think would be helpful. There was a reference to levy expenditures and how much it would take to protect levee agriculture, delta agriculture, and how important the levees are. And in fact, the report on ag economics kind of depends on that. I've now lost track of how much money has been spent on levees over what period of time. Is that somewhere already in our report and I've just forgotten it?
It isn't in the report. There's a ledge analyst study for a hearing they did a year or so ago that included the, was it Prop 1E, the $5 billion worth of spending, but it ran it out for 10 or maybe 20 years.
Yeah, and one of the biggest challenges, it's relatively easy, and there is a report on how much has been spent on the non-project levies, and isolating the project levies in the Delta from the other project levies is more difficult to do, but I think we have the information and could sort that out. Almost all the time when people talk about levies in the Delta, they're really talking about the non-project levies, not about, and usually they don't even talk about the levies that are in Suisun Marsh. And so one of the things we could provide is a summary of all three types, if you will, and how much has been spent, and what the cost would be to bring them up to different levels. So to bring them up to PL 84-99 and those that aren't at the 100-year flood level that need to is one number, but then if you want to bring them up to earthquake resistant, or if you want to bring them up to earthquake repairable, it gets confusing when there are all these numbers, but I think we can try and summarize that all in a 1 or 2 page report, and it sounds like that's what you're asking for.
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful. So even as money has been spent and improvements have been made, and this doesn't so much go to the last 2 days, but past testimony, I think that's worth noting. So some levies have improved, and to what level, and some state monies and local monies, and in some cases federal money, have been spent as well. So a picture of that, and then a projection of what it would take to do the different levels you pointed out would be helpful.
Okay.
One other thing that didn't come up, but Tom Zuckerman talked about peripheral canal in terms of water supply, conveyance in terms of water supply, and made his point. But the issue that wasn't on the table, so it wasn't part of his presentation, but I'd like to revisit at a future workshop or meeting is we had at a prior workshop a lot of presentations that weren't built around the question of water export, but that assuming there would be water export, unless someone's going to suggest that there will not in the future be water export, that for purposes of the fishery, taking that water from the north is preferable for environmental purposes to taking it as it is now from the south. So I think that those in the Delta area particularly who so adamantly oppose a transfer facility based on an intake in the North Delta need to engage with us on the subject of what's best for the in-stream delta uses, or the fisheries. Otherwise, otherwise it's all about transfer or export, and it's also about the environment. And we didn't hear scientific dissenting voices. We heard voices about other parts of why a new conveyance system is bad, but not ones related to the health of the fish.
Okay. Well, we'll talk further about it, because I have a couple of things in mind that I think I heard.
All right, let's get the last comments. Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to join my colleagues in first thanking all the panelists and all the folks who've offered commentary, both as parts of panels, but also certainly in the public comments and many written comments we received. Gives much body of information for, I think, not only reflection and thought, but for consideration as we're going through the work here that the council's taken on. First, I want to say too that I thought that Randy's summation was a good summation. I would concur with many of the points that he brought forward relative to certainly some of the construct that we ought to look at relative to the plan. But what went through my mind, and kind of summed it up a little earlier this morning, I was thinking about this, is that and I'm going to use an analogy, and certainly not to in any way to be less than serious about it, but in that the way I kind of see this is that this is, and again, I'm not a very good cook, but making a stew. We were given a recipe, at least in part, with the legislation. And what we're talking about here is a plan that has this 90-year life, to round it up to 100 years, a century, that it's going to, in one form or another, unless things change dramatically, be a part of the overall consideration. And that when you put together a stew, you start with a good base. And I think what we're doing right now is trying to figure out what that base is. There's all kinds of suggestions for ingredients and how much we ought to add here and there. And I think that it's going to be important that, and I think that's part of the conversation I took from the panels over the last 2 days, and certainly the input over the last few weeks, that what staff has attempted to give us is obviously the base recipe to work off of here, the base ingredient, and I think some of the suggestions are coming out of what we're offering as input here at the conclusion of today's meeting, is to maybe look at modifying that before you start adding all the ingredients, and because I think that the base will dictate some of the ingredients that we're either going to include or not. And the other part of that I guess, using the stew analogy, is that then this isn't going to need to simmer, and that part of that simmering will be not only as we go through the effort over the next few months, but over the course of the next few years. Once you do come together what you think is a good stew, that's going to be tested, and that you're going to refine that, and that your recipe will get better over time. And I guess I use that analogy because as I think about some of the elements here, whether it's the role of the council, and I think bringing coordination to efforts that have either been structured in law or are part of the landscape that people live in and work in on a daily basis. But I think that that's a very important role and a very important ingredient, that the coordination of a myriad of efforts that seem to be a bit uncoordinated at a minimum. I think another role that we're going to need to embed in this plan, and it's certainly outlined, but it's kind of done from a regulatory standpoint versus maybe the measurement and the accountability. And yes, you can have enforceability, but I don't know that in measuring and holding folks accountable, it always has to have that kind of the heavy-handed approach that the government tends to go to oftentimes, because we're going to make you do it because we can make you do it. And it's, I think that if you go back to some of the comments we've heard from all the panels, I think is this, to incentivize, and oftentimes that equates to, well, what's in it for me, or, how many dollars will come with that incentive. But I think people still, I still have a strong belief from the standpoint of the public interest in public trust, that people do things because they make sense, they make good common sense, but because they're the right things to do. That's not always why people act, and I think that you get into an area certainly as deep and complex as water that there's evidence that may not always be the case, but I'm still of the belief that with the state law that we use as the backdrop, the recipe for what we're working off of here, that in putting together the mix of things that will ultimately be, that I use the analogy as a stew, but the Delta plan, that you get it as right as you can going forward, but you don't need to have all the ingredients in it from the get-go, because I think you're going to learn as you go along, and if you have the accountability and the measurements and have a strong role as a stewardship council, that then the other word that comes to mind, and I think it was used and certainly goes back to even to the scientific application, is being adaptable. Adaptable in a way that allows you to have a strong plan, to take an approach that may be staged or phased or be incremental in the way that it's rolled out. But if you have that adaptability built in, and whether it's in your restoration efforts or in your ability to address water needs and the ability to address the needs of the local communities or other local entities, to me, those things then bring you back, if you're adaptable enough, that allows this stewardship council and its role in putting together a plan to really be the stewards, in a sense that you can give them the role of whoever the seven to sit up here, but the staff and all the other folks that basically we represent in our respective roles. That I think that's stewarding then means providing leadership and certainly engaging folks and maybe pushing folks very hard at times. But I think that if you get into this regulatory component, is that you'll do it because it says it in this regulation, and then we're going to try to enforce it. We're going to do that throughout the state of California. I think it really puts us in a very, very difficult position in developing a plan that has that buy-in and support that allows you over time to adapt and to get to a point, I think, where you really want to be, and that is to meet the co-equal goals and to do it in a way that recognizes the unique aspects of the Delta. And so, again, those are kind of general comments, but I think that, what I take from here is that, staff has brought us, a set of an outline that basically was, a cut at it. I do think, though, we need to really reflect on what is essential to this initial plan, and what's essential for the success going forward, meeting those co-equal goals, and actually having, at the end of the day, and I won't be around here 100 years from now to see if we got it right or not, but no, I won't. Well, no, I won't be here in this in this format. But I do think for the generations of Californians and for the people, whatever their interests, and whether you be a farmer, an engineer, whatever your role is, but as human beings and all of us as being stewards of this good earth, that I think that working in the processes that we've been given, and certainly in recognizing the politics of the time and the essential element of water, that I think we can have a good plan that it's sound, has a common sense approach. It maybe have things in it that some people don't like, but that's okay too. But I think it needs to have a sound grounding. Otherwise, I think we get off to a place where it makes it very difficult for the success of that, whether it's 5 years out or 100 years out, to really to achieve those things. I think are so very important as far as what we're about here today. So again, I didn't offer any specifics, and I'll certainly communicate as I have a chance to reflect some more. But again, I think the panels, and I think as we get down to actually talking about language and the essence of what we're about here, that we're going to have some tough choices as a council, and I'm sure some strong differences. On the other hand, I think we don't have to get it all in this first plan. So I guess I would emphasize that to you, Joe, and to the staff, that as much as you want to try and bring us as comprehensive approach as you can bring us, I don't think we have to get it all in here the first time. That's my comments.
Okay, let me just weigh in. I'm sorry, Gloria.
Yeah, thank you. Just kind of want to reiterate what the supervisor said about choices. I do believe this council has some very important choices to make. I think one choice throughout the plan has to do with flexibility and specificity. There may be times when we best serve the council and the Delta plan by creating a plan that is flexible. There may also be times when we need to be very specific in order to best serve the plan. I think this is an important choice that we will have to make many times in the different chapters of this plan. I think there is also a choice in terms of how we as a council continue to draft the plan as it relates to other state agencies that have a role in achieving the co-equal goals. And that choice relates to aspirational goals versus specific mandates and requirements. Are we going to set targets and goals for our fellow state entities, or are we going to make recommendations? I really think a hybrid approach makes good sense as much as we can, keeping in mind of our co-equal goals. The council will have the opportunity to review the plan in 5 years and make adjustments. And that's why I think at this point we need to be as collaborative as we can. I want to stress the importance of all the stakeholders submitting not just their ideas but specific language, because I think it's important for the council to really see what your language is besides, your ideas. We appreciate your ideas. So I think collaboration at this point in development plan is very key to the success of the plan. And so hopefully staff can work with some of the major stakeholders even before we get, even before we meet, to actually see the language for some of the ideas that you have. And so I just want to stress that I believe we should work together because it's important for this council to achieve the co-equal goals. And I'm sure it's important for you out there to do the same in terms of helping us to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Let me just weigh in. Joe, the third draft Delta plan will bring together textual descriptions and narrative that explain or put in context the recommendations and the policies being suggested. And one of the things that hobbles this is they're not all together. I understand why it has to happen that way because it's hard to do, and more importantly, if you don't know where you're going, you can't explain it very clearly. I want to go back to what Hank said. I think it was at our very first meeting when he gave his very first I'm not a water expert speech, which usually means I should put my hand over my wallet. He's about to pick my pocket on something. But he said, yes, right, supply demand is a way to understand water and, in some sense, I think ecosystem too as it relates to water. And in terms of context, you noticed we talked about water resources today. That context, the need to understand what we as a society have, is essential to explaining this issue and also understanding what we're going to do or not do or propose to do it. So I'd suggest that you keep that in mind. I know it's hard, but it's the one thing that gives context to the discussion. The only thing I've been thinking about since you said that the first time is we're probably under a constraint because we've built local, state, and federal systems that may be in need of substantial repair or replacement or all that, but they're essentially there. I mean, we've channelized rivers, we've done a bunch of things. So the constraints and opportunities and advantages of the existing system are worth mentioning. Number two, on the regulatory stuff, although I prefer to be fairly direct on the wording of regulation, I am not interested in micromanaging in general how people get to where they should go. I am interested in having a goal laid out there that people can look at. So, for example, on the West Basin testimony today, they set for themselves a goal of reducing their imported water use by X% by X year. Well, because they did it, it's okay. But in our society, we have this complicated system where the feds and states run big water systems, but it should be left to someone else to make that declaration. The State Water Plan Update, which ought to be the major state planning policy document of California, has shied away from that. And it's shied away from the goals because of the controversy. The 2005 Water Plan Update said we anticipate a reduction of 7% in agricultural use of water, thus somehow being able to project a balance to all the needs. Didn't happen. But if you can't project a goal, it seems to me you don't get anywhere, which is why I like, for all of my complaining about it, the legislation which set for urban areas a 20% savings by the year 2020. immense battles to determine what's in, what's out definition, but it's there. It's understandable. It will drive policy for years, and it will lead to creative actions by locals and grumping by state officials, and together that's how we're going to get through the next few years. So I'm in favor of suggestions you make that use standards like that. Now, I've been telling Randy for months now, I look at him when we have the discussions on flows and whatnot, and say, Randy, can agriculture save 3%? And he gives me, you should see his face when he does this, he smiles sometime. I don't know if that's a right example, but I do know this. Those illustrations become as meaningful a statement of public policy, the goals that are quantified, as 75 pages that illustrates the preference of how you design pipes, where you put them, how big they are, which we're not going to do, we shouldn't do. That's nonsense. So I think the notion of setting goals that are enforceable, not setting goals that are merely hectoring, the setting goals and tying it to the regional, what do we say, the improved regional self-sufficiency stuff is, in fact, a way that makes sense to approach stuff. Number 3, we talked about a little bit before. I think you're going to find that there is a convenient merger of what we talk about, I guess, in Chapter 9 under development, the financing section, and this whole notion of incentives for things that lead to goals you want to achieve. And I think that is very useful. Then I want to join Pat on the need for a definition of water reliability that is not simply, I get everything I've got now, I get to keep everything I get forever in the future, and I get to ask for more whenever I want it and get that too, which is the political trade talk of water in California, if it is not the manager's trade talk. And so a definition of reliability has been requested by a bunch of people, although the definition will be challenged itself. I think you've got to give a shot at that. Then on the last thing on groundwater, since I know that you think we ought to make no regulatory action on groundwater particularly, I just want to suggest to you that here's one of the things the Delta Plan is going to have to keep into account. The statements are made that in some water years as much as 30%, and in very dry years maybe up to 40% of all the use of water for human purposes in California comes from underground sources. That's a big part of the puzzle. Equally complicated is, what do we do with an underground basin like Tulare, which everyone acknowledges as being overdrawn, has been for somewhere between 70 and 100 years, and more importantly, for the statewide implications up to the year, let's say we're in the year 2170. If the courts close down the underground aquifer either for water quality reasons or for other reasons, and Fresno and Bakers, the cities and the agricultural interests come on, is that a demand that must be replaced by state water? If it is, sitting out there is somewhere between 1 and 3 million acre feet of water a year. And I don't see how it is conceivable to protect the Delta ecosystem, protect the agriculture in the Delta, and somehow leave unaddressed the question of a potential huge demand to replace some or all of existing supplies. I mean, the classic case was, one that never reached us, but the Water Board said, okay, Davis and Woodland exhausted their underground water. More costly to treat the underground water than to go to the Sacramento River and use, in a complicated way, some water rights. Is that the principle that the state of California should adopt for satisfying areas that deplete underground base? I mean, I don't think so. But we fall backwards into policies. They aren't policy. We fall backwards into practice because we are afraid to articulate policies. So, anyway, those are my 5 things. And members, I appreciate your patience in doing this. We have another 4 days of meetings next month. Again, at the end of this month, we have a regular meeting where we'll be looking at the third draft Delta plan. Then we have a workshop that follows it in May, and then a final council meeting in May, and we'll go from there. Mr. Grindstaff, Mr. Stevens, anything?
Mr. Chair, what's the date when the third draft will come out?
It's next week.
Friday, a week from today.
Yeah. Okay.
Just one other question. For the first meetings in May, then, are you looking at a workshop format for that first Thursday, Joe?
Yes.
Okay.
But you're not quite sure what it's going to be, are you yet?
No, not yet.
No, we're not, except that I think the cities will probably be on that one.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Meeting is adjourned.